Hello everybody and welcome to round number 5 of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament held in Stavanger, but we are coming to you live from Hamburg, Germany, from our studios here. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm being joined by Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler. Peter, what are you looking forward to today?
5 games between very strong chess players.
Forward to today.
Yeah.
Well, autocorrecting.
Autocorrect is good. I think Carlsen Giri probably is the highlight for me. It seems a bit unfair to the tournament leaders, but after yesterday, it will be very, very interesting to see how Magnus approaches his next game. And he is playing someone who generally gets his juices going in any case, even without the tournament situation being what it is. But there's also Kramnik Nakamura, which is a spicy game. They also have a history of interesting games against each other. Plenty to look forward to. Every round here he offers a prospect of 5 potentially exciting games.
So you think there's no soft spots in the lineup?
Yeah, that I think is well established. And also, we've finally seen the tournament come to life yesterday, and I believe we mentioned it yesterday on air, but I firmly think that this has been the best day of tournament chess in quite some time in terms of quality of games played in a single round. I can't remember anything even approaching what we've seen yesterday in that respect.
Yeah, hard to argue with that, especially if you have a goldfish memory like me and can't remember any other round of tournament chess. Let's see if round number 5 can top that or live up to that excitement. Normally, after such an outburst where everybody loses a lot of energy, would expect things to quiet down a bit. But Magnus Carlsen with 1.5 out of 4 and white against Anand Giri will not be looking to calm the waters.
No. For him, with only 5 rounds to go, he is trailing the leader of the tournament by 1.5 points, which is a lot at such on such a short distance. And he's also, you have to assume, because no one is as harsh a critic of Magnus when he's not playing well as Magnus himself, I believe, and he will be very eager to try and rectify what's been happening so far.
Yeah, Anand Giri traditionally has not been an easy matchup for him because Anand won, I believe, the first tournament game they ever played and then held him to a draw in like 12-13 in a row. Finally went on to lose one, so they have a balanced score. And Magnus, I am very sure, would like to change that situation. So he gets a plus score against Anish, and you're the only player that still holds a plus score against him. Is that true? I'm not sure that's true.
Probably not true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are still some people out there who started playing him early and then perhaps stopped at a strategic moment and still hold a plus score against him.
That's the way to do it. I'm not planning to change my 100% score against Nakamura anytime soon. Vladimir Kramnik with the white pieces against Nakamura. I'm not sure about their head-to-head score, but I remember quite some bloodshed, quite some sharp King's Indian, some Leningrad Duchess.
Sure.
Is Nakamura generally approaching these games against Kramnik thinking, this dude is 49 years old, I know he's only 41, I should play a little more sharply?
I'm not entirely sure. I think Hikaru in general, he has a reasonably balanced approach in that I don't think it varies very much depending on who he plays against. But
Sorry for the freak show. Over now.
yeah, but in general, the one game, and I keep on returning to this because it made such a lasting impression in my mind, is the game Hikaru won against Vladimir in the Olympiad in Istanbul, where in a position...
That's a Knight B1 game?
Yeah. I probably will remember that move for the rest of my life because I generally have the highest respect for Kramnik as a chess player, and I think Hikaru does as well. And we have no way of bringing this up, but basically in some position where Hikaru already repeated the position twice because his pawn on c3 was hanging, and the natural way of defending it would allow black to attack some more pieces. And the only way to avoid the repetition was with the white rook still on a1. He had to go knight d2 b1, protecting the pawn on c3 sort of forever, but also locking in your rook and placing the knight back on the starting square. And yes, tournament situation dictated that the United States had to play sharply for a win on every board. But still, against Kramnik, very, very few people, I think, in that position would have gone knight d2 b1 with the draw readily available. And he did go on to win that game. And I'm not kidding when I say it left a lasting impression on me.
All right, so let's do your favorite thing very briefly, though, because the rounds are about to start.
Sure.
Predictions. I already tweeted mine. I'm an expert tweeting predictions. Yesterday, I predicted 5 draws, and look what we got. Today, I predicted a draw in Karjakin Caruana. What you got?
I agree with that.
I predicted a draw in Anand, so
Very, very likely, I think.
I predicted 1-0 in Carlsen Giri.
I would like to see a fighting game. It will very much depend on whether Anish just completely equalizes out of the opening. I think Anish probably has the edge in terms of theoretical preparation, but
I will hedge here and will say I would not be totally surprised if it was 0-1. Let's say Anish equalizes out of the opening, Magnus pushes too hard. Could you see such a scenario?
yeah, I think it's not impossible. I think this game is, once again, on paper, probably the least likely to end in a draw in today's lineup.
MVL, Levon.
Probably a draw.
That's what I predicted too.
Yeah, and Kramnik Nakamura, I would give Vladi a slight edge, but I don't know if that's enough to actually predict a 1-0 here.
I predict 1-0, but mainly because it's boring to predict 5 draws, which is the correct prediction every day, as we've seen yesterday. Let us see if we have liftoff, and there we have Anish Giri wearing an oversized watch. I've told him this many times. He disagrees. He says, I just have tiny arms, which comes down to the same thing, really. And he's also, I'm not sure if this is a pocket square or a name tag. I believe it's probably a name tag, so that Magnus doesn't have to look at the name tag next to the table when he's writing down Carlsen against Giri. By the way, it's Carlsen with an E, not with an O. That is a different dude, Carlsen, because I've seen it in the chat. The Norwegians, normally they write themselves with an E. What is Magnus looking at there? Is there monitors where they can see the other games?
Yeah, there's normally, we don't see them because they're above the cutoff point in this shot, but I think there are, yeah, there you see it. There's a screen there which shows all the 5 positions for the spectators.
I have my doubts about this shot, by the way, because this looks very abandoned compared to, let's say, this shot. But that's a topic for another day. It might just be a photo I brought up there.
Yeah, not impossible, but yeah, as you've seen in the setup there, these are screens for both the players, I assume, when they probably have some kind of a small room where they can sit in between moves, and this way they can see immediately when their opponent makes a move, and also for the spectators, and there will be some spectators. With the quality of online coverage of this tournament, you don't have to leave the house to watch this, but it still is interesting to watch these guys live, and people do come and watch. I played this tournament a couple of times, I can testify to that.
Yeah, and by all means, approach them directly before the game. Take a bunch of photos, ask for the signature, have a little chat about their favorite TV shows. Before the game tends to be a good moment.
Yeah, and since not all of you perhaps are entirely familiar with Jan's unique style of extremely dry humor, do not do that. Please do not do that under any circumstances in this tournament or in any other tournament. Once again, I played in some tournaments in my life, and I can testify to not wanting this to happen.
All right. Speaking of not wanting this to happen, they do not have a zero tolerance rule in such a tournament. Some official tournaments have this rule that you have to be at the board when it starts or you lose, but not here. Therefore, Vladimir Kramnik can play 1d4 without his opponent watching.
1e4.
1e4. Kramnik is doing that a lot now, more than 1d4.
Yeah, he seems to really believe in his Italians and the rest of it. Mainly, I think the Italians. I think I mean, against Hikaru in particular, I'd be very interested to see what happens because he's been playing a lot of oddball stuff against the Sicilian. I mean, 2b3 more than one game. But I don't really remember him trying to refute the knight off very much in recent times.
No, he tried that in the mid-2000s when
Yeah.
it was the first time he switched from d4 to e4. But he got his nose a little bleedy against the likes of Vichy and Topalov and I'm sure some others.
Yeah, he lost one memorable game to Topalov, which I think moved the theory of that variation forward quite a bit. And yeah, and Hikaru of course plays c5 because I think against Vladimir, going for the Berlin, or even if Vladi decides not to test him in the Berlin, goes for the Italian, Vlad is one of the leading specialists of that particular opening right now.
We'll see how this one goes. But yeah, so far Hikaru is saying, you know what, old man, I understand you are world number 2 and all that good stuff, but show me the money. Also, Hikaru seems to be mainly a knight of player these days. Knight c3, very deep. What does he want? Knight f6, e5 is one goofy line that's not very serious. d4, of course, transposes.
I'm not sure what he's trying to avoid here, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not like the only way to not play d4 here, which makes any sense, is really e5. I mean, g3 is a move, but I think if he wanted to play g3, he would have put the knight on e2, not on f3, and he could have gone to knight e2. So maybe he just wants to win like half a minute on a clock, whilst Hikaru is evaluating his options.
Yeah, and he's probably not too concerned about a move like e5.
Yeah.
Well, even though this is a legal move, but not Hikaru style.
Yeah, it transposes to some positions which Vladi knows a lot better than Hikaru does because he used to play the Sveshnikov with black, so he looked at those positions very, very carefully, the 3 knight c3. And yeah, knight f6, d4 blitzed out. It was just an attempt to win some time. I don't think queen takes on d4.
Could he go queen d4? I don't think this is a very serious line, but it's not impossible. He has played queen takes d4.
Okay.
That would be the only reason for that move order, because here after d4, cd, queen d4, black doesn't go knight f6, but only goes a6 or knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 will still transpose here. And for instance, Garry Kasparov, who had to face this a number of times, he never really bothered with all those a6 niceties. He just went knight c6, bishop d7. The absolutely direct main line here, bishop takes, bishop g5, e6, castles, bishop e7. I personally lost a game to him in this position with white, so I can testify to many things today. I keep on testifying to all kinds of random stuff. Interesting choice by Vladimir, and somewhat unusual. And Hikaru plays a6 anyway. I thought this wasn't supposed to be particularly great here because of e5.
No, not in this position. No, knight
Queen
c6.
a4.
Hang on. Are we transposing to this line? No. But is this a line? I'm not sure.
Maybe it gives white a little bit of something, because I think it goes d5, knight d5, bishop d7, white takes on d7, and in general, I think Vladi would not be entirely unhappy with the results of the opening here, because you do get the bishops, you get the slightly, it's not much, but it's definitely playable. You can also go bishop g5, queen d2, maybe that's his plan, but we'll see. Or bishop e3. Those three moves, I think, are the extent of White's options here. Bishop e3, knight 6, queen b6 is what they sometimes play in these structures. Sort of trying to claim this endgame is already slightly better because you have this foothold on b6.
What's the line that Shigalko always plays? Is it bishop c4 here?
Not really. I haven't really looked at recent queen takes d4 games, and you know better than I do here. Does he do that? And queen
I'm not
g3
sure
or
if it's
something?
this move order. I think it's without knight c3, knight f6. I think in this position he goes bishop c4, and he had some success, but I'm not exactly sure about details. Looks like Hikaru's not surprised though. He blitzes out this a6 move. Clearly he has looked at this in the past.
Yeah, and the board is now completely empty. They've abandoned ship.
Then let's abandon them too. In MVL 11 we have blitzed out around 17 moves of a martial main line.
Yeah, already moved 20 in that game compared to the Kramnik Nakamura game where they made 5 and disappeared. H4 I believe is new. I haven't seen this move before.
No, neither have I. We could give long speeches about all of this stuff, but this is the modern mainline of the Marshall, which we've seen a lot in this Blitz tournament. I believe there were some games. Bishop d4, rook f8, a4, h6. Here, king g2 is what they normally do.
Yeah, this is still the two games Levon played recently in that position. One in the Blitz tournament, which determined the colors, and one in Vike, we believe, yeah. And there's a great deal of MVL games in general in this variation. He played Tomaszewski, who I keep on insisting is the godfather of this particular subline of 12d3 in the Marshall, although Mickey also played it a number of times. I think I played Queen h4, Queen h3 only once.
I think Levon has played this way before Tomaszewski ever played any Marshall, so I really disagree with you crediting Tomaszewski for this line. This has been around for 15 years.
No, Queen h4 definitely, but I think the idea of going Queen f5 is somewhat recent now.
No, this Bishop e3 business is a bit recent. They used to take here and then play Bishop e3. When, Black has proven to have enough compensation. I'm not arguing, I know there's Tomaszewski games, I just really don't think he invented anything here for Black. He's certainly analyzed this, but...
I could be wrong. Maybe it's just my patriotic bias playing a large part there.
No disrespect to your boy, who is a fantastic theoretician and has contributed many ideas. I just think this line has been around before him.
Sure. And
anyway, h4 I don't understand. What do they normally do? King g2, then Levon takes, yeah?
Yeah, in the Caruana game there's a rook sacrifice already, so we can maybe return to the intricacies of the Marshall, which we both can... We finally
it's the same line we've seen the other day, no?
But this doesn't work.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I can even remember why.
But Fabi has computers.
Yes.
And he was repeating this line. So I will trust him here more than you. No disrespect.
No disrespect. I mean, I'm not offended, but let me show you what I think my notes say. You have to take on a8. There's no choice here. You don't really have any other moves. You take on a8 here.
We'll have this.
And once again, just to remind people, this also has been seen in, I think, MVL Caruana earlier, where MVL declined this invitation. Well,
that's why I'm so sure he has it worked out, because if you're repeating such a line, you must be very sure.
Yeah, of course, but still, I'm extremely curious now. Yeah, and so, Queen d7 was what Vasily Ivanchuk played here against me on the previous move instead of knight e4. Then white takes and goes c5. This is the whole point of white's play, and I believe the endgame is slightly better for white. But after knight e4, queen a8, queen d7 is already on the board. Black is threatening to win the queen immediately with knight a6. We take on d5 here. Black goes knight f6, I think. cd5, rook takes e4, I think is close to winning for white. Maybe is winning. Because knight 6 I will take on f8. I'm a pawn up and I have rooks against the queen. Should be a technical conversion from here. So cd5, black goes knight f6, I believe. And here white goes rook e3. With the idea of rook b3. I couldn't make it work for black. I mean, black doesn't lose because, for instance, knight d5, rook b3, knight b6, you do win the exchange back. But you end up a pawn down, reasonably healthy pawn.
All of this is being blitzed out, so we will find out in no time what Caruana has in mind.
But this is extremely curious to my eyes, because I checked and rechecked this line. I did play it in an extremely important tournament. I understand computers were a lot weaker in those times, but I have actually rechecked it since. And modern machines did not seem to refute what my analysis circa maybe 10 years ago, and rook e3 already blitzed out. So I can still remember some stuff. That's nice.
Have you looked at this with your sometimes teammate Sergei Karjakin?
Nope.
So he just has independent prep here, or maybe he just prepared the other day when he saw the game played by Caruana.
Knight takes d5 already played. Rook b3 is the only move. Yeah, all this is already on the board.
Doesn't look like either guy is particularly surprised by this turn of events. Knight b4 blitzed out.
Here I think you have to play... Yeah, it's... Here I'm starting to get confused, but we did not blunder knight b4 in this position. I think you go... There is something connected with d5 and bishop b3, but exactly in which move order I'm somewhat hazy on the details.
Bishop e3, knight a6 you can't do, so you have to start with d5, I'm guessing.
Or rook takes before. This is the question. Yeah. In some order, it's connected with the idea of playing d5 at a good moment, but
here d5 I take.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Karjakin thinking after knight b4 as well? Is this the big surprise prepared by Team Fabi?
Also, I mean, there is an argument that you can, after knight before, you can just play a3. Knight a6 and take on f8, take on b4. But I guess Fabi thinks his position is not worse, and maybe he is right.
Oh, king takes on.
Yeah, a b knight b4, I don't know, rook ba3. No, rook ba3, knight, bishop d2. I would pick white here, to be honest, but
yeah,
this doesn't look life-ending, but I would pick white here.
Yeah, I agree.
Like rook b8, rook a8, pick up the 8 pawn.
Yeah, maybe king f8 is actually better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, because you want to be controlling the...
Even here, though.
Bishop f4, yeah. Bishop f4. I'm not entirely sure why... Rook takes before played by Karjakin instantly, and this is what I thought the file said, yeah.
Fabi still does not look particularly surprised. This is an exciting theory battle for...
Maybe bishop e3, yeah, I think bishop e3 here, yeah. And knight a6, knight e5 is a move. Yeah, I think this is what we're supposed to do here.
We'll find out. Nate Young is saying this is some old Lawrence Trent analysis. You never know. We do know it's not.
Yeah, we're reasonably confident it's not, and I have looked at this position extensively. As I said, when I was preparing this line, at that time it was quite fashionable. People played this regularly. Morozevich played this particular line of the Petrov quite regularly, so I had reason to hope it will happen, and it did happen once in my game, although black decided not to play knight e4 when faced with the queen takes b7 novelty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's bishop e3 here.
Yeah, curious.
And then something like...
You have to go f6?
No, I think this is... Yeah, I think we thought it might be a draw, but white is still slightly better. Like bishop d6 here, re-establishing the threat of knight a6. And here we go d5, c5, b4, I think maybe.
Oh, knight a6, queen c6.
Yeah.
Why is this so great for you?
Oh, rook d1. It's awkward for black. No, this particular is awkward. No, I think it's before c takes b4, queen takes a7, and yes, black probably makes a draw in the end there, but maybe we don't even take on a7 immediately. You can play maybe rook c1 first or something. As I mentioned, I mean, I haven't renewed my acquaintance with that bit of analysis for a while, so I remember that you have to go rook e3, rook b3, and I was pretty sure the exchange was supposed to be returned on before, but the exact details from this position onwards are, yeah, I think it's bishop e3. And this line with bishop d6, d5, c5 is quite likely to be what the notes say. It seems like knight e5 is a move after bishop d6, at least a move you can consider, but I don't think it works. Just queen c7. Although why it doesn't work is also not immediately obvious. Yeah. Curious.
Interesting stuff. I do believe in Caruana's and Kazimchanov's homework, but maybe both of you are right and they just decided that some position is defensible.
Yeah, bishop e3 played. I think it's very likely to be bishop d6 here. I don't really see any other options which are particularly attractive. Yeah, bishop d6 already played.
Yeah, Fabiano. Obviously, both sides still reproducing home analysis. Feels a bit like the game Karjakin played against Anand, where they also both showed their homework and then they said, you know what, we've both done our homework very well. Let's make a draw. Which is not meant as a pun. That is what happens if with white you play all the most critical lines and your opponent is also a world-class player, prepared at the highest level.
Yeah.
That is very likely to happen. We'll find out. And we are being told in the chat that Magnus is minus 0.70. I'm not sure if that's true, but we have ignored that game so far, so we should get there.
Yeah, that really isn't a true statement at all.
Magnus has played some exciting stuff, yeah? Yeah, this is not minus 0.70 in any world.
No.
It is the good old Giocopiano once again. Seems Magnus' favorite battleground as well these days. Bit wary of playing against Berlin. Castles and h3. He insists on not playing this a4 move because after h3, I thought d5 is a good move here, but Magnus has done this twice now and no one's called him out on it. And if Giri, my favorite opening theoretician in the whole wide world, doesn't do it, I might have to rethink my position here. c3, a6, and we get the old mainline where Vladimir Kramnik tried his luck with bishop b3 the other day. Carlsen plays the more modern treatment with a4. You need one of these two moves sooner or later. I've said all this stuff so often to fight against knight a5, especially after bishop a7. Blah, blah, blah. And here in this position the other day, I said Karjakin likes this knight e7, knight g6 plan, but you could also make a case for h6, followed by bishop e6, and that's what Giri goes for.
That's what Anish played, and yeah, this is a very, very safe setup. And also, I think people are sort of gravitating slightly away from the idea of only playing bishop e6 with the rook on e8 to recapture with the rook.
Yeah, that is the one wrinkle I'm always confused by. Magnus has shown a liking for snapping this off and then trying to play against these 2 pawns in the future, either by getting some d4 in or against Vichy. Against who was it? Wasn't it in this tournament where he went bishop e3 and then he went for the symmetrical structure.
Yeah, here with the rook on e1, it's unlikely he will go for full symmetry, but yeah, you can take on e6 obviously, and then try and Black will have some initial initiative, perhaps like some micro initiative connected with maybe ideas of knight h5, knight f4, queen e8, queen g6, some of those things. But you want to play bishop, knight f1, bishop e3 as early as possible, and then you will have some slight pull if all comes out the way it should.
Yeah, none of this is news to either player. I believe Vladimir Kramnik has played this position more than once with the black pieces. We'll find out, but of course bishop takes e6, not forced.
Yeah, you can go knight f1 even here.
This
before knight f1. Because black generally doesn't particularly want to take on c4, I think. And just a brief note, d5, c5, b4, c b4 blitzed out in the Karjakin Caruana game. I actually managed to remember some of that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and yeah, you get the feeling black holds. If Fabi is happy with this, he probably analyzed this too.
Yeah, this is a line where you don't stop analyzing until you know you survive.
This is a position that is simple enough that you can actually exhaust it, I think, to a result. And he obviously was ready to play it against MVL, and he finally got to play the entire line today against Sergei.
Yeah, especially if you repeat it, so you meet an opponent that is well prepared for this particular game, then you are sure this holds.
Yeah, and Magnus plays b4 without taking on e6, and as mentioned, there's really no particular hurry for white to take on e6 since I don't think he will be entirely unhappy if the f file doesn't get opened. For instance, if black plays queen d7 and he eventually has to take on e6 later. If the f file doesn't get opened, it's actually in a way easier for white to play because there's less immediate counterplay he needs to contend with.
Yeah, and he's done this b4 business before. I believe in the match he played b4, bishop a7, a4 against Karjakin. I know maybe it was without h3 and then later went for some rookie one. So he's no stranger to this concept of just grabbing some space on the queen side.
And Anish snaps knight h5.
You can't surprise Anish.
Yeah.
h5, you always have to take a little time out and make sure this doesn't work.
Here it seems like stuff like queen h4 might win on
this
sport,
looks like a problem.
Yeah.
Defending the knight, and yeah.
Not really feasible here. Well, the normal reaction would be to go knight f1, but I wonder if Anish just is planning to go something like bishop c4, dc4, f5, or something.
Whoa.
something else connected with the f5 break straight away. It's not particularly threatening, to be honest. I can take on f5, play bishop b3, and
Yeah.
I will defang this attack reasonably consistently, I think, with white here. I wouldn't be unhappy about this.
Did you pick up the term defang from your exorcism audiobooks?
No, I think...
Is that a part of an exorcism, to
No,
defang
no.
somebody?
I think that's probably from True Blood, if it's from
That
anywhere.
would have been my next guess. Do they defang vampires in True Blood?
Not sure. There's another number of other candidates I can think of, but...
Supernatural?
No, not supernatural, no.
All right, so for those of you who are very curious, me included, defang means getting rid of the fangs, which are the vampire teeth, so they can't bite you anymore. Is that
Not
correct?
necessarily vampire teeth, to be honest. I think...
Do humans have fangs?
Well, snakes have fangs.
Okay.
And the quote I have in mind, the curious thing is I have a very specific quote in mind, but it's in Russian.
Okay.
And I've never seen that scene played out in English. It's from a Russian movie, and it's weird. I'm slightly confused myself. It's very easy to confuse me these days.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I still remember True Blood. There was a lot of anti-fang sentiments. Like, people were having these demonstrations saying God hates fangs and stuff like that.
Yeah. People are asking why we're watching True Blood. True Blood is not bad bubblegum at all, I think.
I got very addicted to True Blood, even though, yeah, I think at some point it deteriorated a bit. But season 1 and 2 I got very addicted to.
Yeah, it has a very, very catchy intro tune. That might not be a reason enough to watch 7 seasons of it, but there you go.
Who's your favorite True Blood character? Do you like Eric?
Yeah, I do like Eric, yeah. Who doesn't like Eric? Come on.
I don't know. Should we point out you're married with children at this point?
It's been pointed out to me, yes, but I'm very confident in my married state.
Oh, and Fiesel152 says, Jan Peter, please chess. I greatly enjoy being reminded that we're covering a chess tournament, and I want to apologize to all of you who were greatly annoyed by that discussion about defanging. I promise no such indiscretions shall happen in the future, and without further ado, let's go to the game. Anand against Wesley. So, once again, Fiesel, I'm very, very sorry. Petboy C2M also says, stick to the chess. Hashtag stick to chess. Thanks, guys, for the reminders. Any other thoughts what we should cover? Caxton says, back to chess, please. All right, I'll wait a bit to see if we get more feedback, what we should cover. No, we got nothing.
There are some chess-related questions, actually, which...
Okay, let's cover those. That's sort of a mix.
Yeah, that was... the one I saw there was on the prevalence of 1e4 in this tournament. It actually is quite interesting. There does seem to be an inordinate amount of 1e4 in this tournament, considering the fact that pretty much every single player here can play more or less any first move he wishes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird... Well, I wouldn't call it a trend, but it seems like everybody thinks of all the goofy things all the world-class players do. Like playing a lot of c4, e5, playing d4, and really any opening. I'm not sure there's a clear trend. We've seen a bunch of Rogozins. And of entering either the Najdorf or the Italian. Seems like people feel like the Italian really is the best battleground for white these days.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, because it's not as if they're really refuting the theory of openings here. It is seemingly with the intention of playing the Italian. More or less, nobody's prepared to tackle the Berlin there. We've seen one anti-Berlin yesterday. Fabiano was much better against Kramnik, but that was only after Kramnik made a miscalculation out of the opening on move 15. I think until that moment he was really not struggling at all. And today we can see that there are two Jacobianos. There's a queen takes d4 against the Najdorf, which is also probably unlikely to refute the Najdorf, and the Petrov.
It is odd. Also has to be said that today, the non-e4 guys, like Levon Aronian in particular, who almost never plays e4 at this level, have the black pieces, so that changes
that
the
helps
picture a little bit. But it is true, and I'm not quite sure, because I don't even know against 1d4. Against 1d4 there is no clear main line, like against e4 everybody plays e5, knight c6, or the Najdorf. d4, more spread, right? Grunfeld we've seen Rogozin, we've seen Magnus do whatever yesterday.
Slav slash Slav, it's a weird mix of Slav Meran and Chebanenko and all these things. And I think you do bring up a good point, because there are some people here which would increase the likelihood of non-e4 openings, but they are black today.
Yeah. Also, out of the decisive games, it feels like d4 did quite well, right? I recall Hikaru beat Anish with one d4.
Anish himself beat Vichy. Yeah, and of
Levon beat Magnus, Anish beat Vichy, so team 1d4, 1c4 has been doing fairly well.
So we've had 5 decisive games so far. Out of them, 3 were with non-e4 moves, right? And the 2 others were Hikaru's victory against MVL yesterday, and what are we missing? And Black won in Anand Kramnik.
Yeah, which was a weird sideline Rui Lopez, where Anand experimented in the opening, sacrificed the pawn. All right, hashtag stick to chess. We haven't seen much of the Anand Wesley So game, which is yet another theoretical discussion in the Jacobiano. A4, A6, C3,
and
D5.
Now,
This is what Karjakin played against Kramnik the other day. Takes, rook e1, bishop g4. What happened in the Kramnik game? He didn't go for this, did he?
No, he didn't play bishop g4. I think he played...
It wasn't rook e1.
Knight bg2, I think it was king h8 or something, and it was via a slightly different...
Knight bd2, f6, and then a very quick
and then king h8, Rook e1 is already a slightly different line here. h3, bishop h5, and almost no one really picks up this pawn sacrifice anymore, because it's considered to be giving black a very, very nice marshal, basically. It's what it is, because you get very marshal-like positions, but White already played g2, g4, which really doesn't beautify his position by any means. And Knight bd2 played here by Vichy.
All of this has been seen before, hasn't it? At least we discussed, I think, this very position the other day, where you mentioned you can sometimes give this pawn.
I think the bishop was on c8, though.
That's true.
I think it's a large... I'm not sure who is benefiting from it, but it's a reasonably large bit of difference. We were discussing this exact pawn sacrifice, but I think the bishop wasn't developed to h5 yet. And bishop a2 is played by Vichy. I think here the point is quite simply queen d3, knight takes e5 might be a move. Although I'm
also curious about a5.
Or a5 first. But a5, knight d7, and then knight e4 maybe, yeah? Because a5, knight takes a5, bishop b1 looks quite scary for black.
That's what I thought.
Also b4 is a fork at any point available to white here. Although in this position you have to calculate bishop takes f3. Like bishop b1, bishop takes f3. But maybe we take on d3, rook d1, bishop d1, rook a5. Maybe we win a piece this way. Because both of black's bishops are hanging, and I don't think you can defend both of them at the same time. Yeah, queen takes d3 would require a very, very precise bit of calculation from Wesley, which is something he's perfectly capable of course, but he would need to do it here if he wanted to take. But if he doesn't take, I think he might be in a bit of trouble, because if we return to the position on the board right now and consider what happens if you give white the move, if you don't take on d3 here and make some kind of waiting move, white generally goes knight e4, knight g3, forces black to take on f3, and then you get a structure you sort of dream of in this opening. This is why bishop g4, bishop h5 in general is a very committal decision from black, because you need to make sure this doesn't happen. In particular, I mean, the issue here is you would like to go bishop g6 after knight g3, but you generally will probably have to protect the e5 pawn, and bishop g6 will probably not be a move you can make.
Has Wesley been caught off guard, which is getting harder and harder to do? Wesley, of course, firmly established in the world top 4 nowadays, and has shown excellent opening preparation all over the place. But maybe Vichy tricked him with something. I'm not quite sure what. I'm not into details here, but these move orders, when you go rook e1, when you start with knight b2, they're all very confusing.
And people are telling us that all these moves have been seen before, and I don't know if that was tongue-in-cheek, and if that was even about this particular game, because we do have 5 games to discuss here. But I don't recall seeing this position, but I'm not as big a student of the modern day gioco piano as most of these guys are, which is a mistake, frankly, because you can get it against anyone these days.
Yeah, looks like Wesley is surprised.
At least he's not replying immediately, and he is not, I think, in the habit of
Bluffing much.
not playing a move he knows to be correct. I don't think he will bluff think here.
No, and you can also sort of tell by the way he looks at the board that he seriously has to think, which is not a pleasant moment if you don't know that this queen takes d3 works and you have to work it out over the board. Tough spot for Wesley.
Yeah,
So
a5 is a very serious move in reply. Knight takes e5 has to be calculated, because if it works for white, it might be extremely strong. And there are other options as well. Bishop b1 maybe in some positions even. But I think you start with a5. Knight e5 would be extremely strong, but I think queen f5 works. It might force white to go knight 5 f3, and then probably you're not doing so bad. So, but still, even this is sort of playable because the queen is awkward. I'm sort of threatening.
can I go here?
Yes, that seems even stronger, because after knight e4 you have queen takes e5. Sorry. So yeah, it's probably not knight takes e5. Let's go e5 first. Knight d7, knight e4 feels to me like white should be much better, because I think the only way not to lose material immediately would be queen g1, rook g1, probably bishop takes f3, gf, and bishop d6. But that endgame is, I think, extremely unpleasant for black. If I just take twice. You would not want to be playing this endgame. Yes, the structure on the king side is ruined, but the two bishops are very, very strong. You want to play rook d8, but it is, I think, bishop g5 is very awkward there.
Yeah, this is just bad.
Yeah, I don't like this at all for black, or bishop e3 even, yeah. So I think a5 forces knight c8, because knight a5, bishop b1, I suspect, is winning for white.
I have a feeling I've seen all this before. I can't recall stuff. If you go e4 here, just knight e4. Yeah,
No, this doesn't look great, yeah. Everything is hanging. I think it's knight c8, and after knight c8, I'm not exactly sure how white is, you know, what's best here for white, but it does look extremely promising.
This looks extremely familiar. Well, maybe he doesn't want to do anything in particular, just argue.
Yeah,
Pieces are
even the endgame
impressive.
is not at all unplayable. Bishop f3, gf, I guess you go bishop maybe d6 to stop rook d7.
Typically of b4.
Before bishop e3. Now this is, you know, there's tremendous compensation here for white, but it's a bit inconcrete, and black also is not defenseless. Like if I get rook f8, d8, and knight 8, e7 in, I mean, I probably need to start with h6 so that not to blunder all these moves. So one more tempo needs to be wasted on preparation after b4. Let's say h6. But it's not that easy for white to make progress either.
No.
And as mentioned, if the knight... Oh, he did take on d3. He did it reasonably fast. I mean, for a move of you know, this level of commitment, I think this is quite fast. He spent something like maybe 15 minutes on it, which would suggest that either he really, really disliked everything else, or he was just remembering what happens here.
And yeah, many times it's also that all these guys have huge files with analysis, but they haven't memorized every single detail that is in these files, but they can sort of recall, okay, this position has popped up on my screen, and then sometimes you work your way back, like queen d3, knight e4, yeah, this endgame, or whatever, and you make sure you're remembering the right position. Because it's very, very hard, even for the Wesley Souls of this world, to remember every detail. All right, let's see what Magnus has been up to. And the answer is typical.
Yeah,
maneuvering.
Up to here, it's all reasonably standard. Knight f1 is generally played in the structures. Queen f6 is also not a surprise. Having gone knight h5, you want to try and establish a foothold on f4. And here Magnus's decision is a bit curious, because generally white tries to trade away this bishop on a7 because it's a decent piece. It's very annoying to constantly pay attention to tactics which might be available because it's there. But Magnus goes knight e3, for the time being ignoring it altogether and allowing black, for instance, knight f4 here. I guess maybe he wants to play knight g4 in this position?
Knight d5?
Or knight g5, but knight g5 I take with the bishop and go knight e7, and that might be awkward for white. Unless d4 works, but knight e takes d5. This is incredibly committal. Hang on. Actually, d takes e5. Maybe I can make this work. Maybe not. No, I think this is too slow. Okay. So d4. The point being, if e takes d4, of course, bishop takes f4 and rook takes e7 wins a piece. This has to be the tactical justification for what Magnus is doing. If he is doing that. Knight e6
this position is not so clear.
Not at all, no. Because if white manages to smoke the knight on f4 out, so to speak, by, well, something slow like king h2 and g3.
Time here.
But first I think you need to ensure that e takes d4 doesn't force you to take with the pawn, so you probably start by bishop e3. But here, yeah, it's not at all obvious that white will be faster with his plans than black. Rook a8 blunders a piece, so that's probably not a great idea. But knight h4 is a move.
I most think.
Yeah, queen f5 is a move definitely. Even e takes d4 followed by rook to e8 might not be all that horrible. It would be an interesting position. Yeah, knight d5 is not an option I have seen, being even available to white a lot in these types of structures. But here, because of the way the pieces are positioned, it could very easily be what Magnus is planning after knight f4. And knight f4 is by far the most critical move in the current position, because if you allow knight g4, all of your previous plays kind of, it loses much of its point.
Yeah, and of course this is the other move we have to
but here
consider.
I think queen g6 is okay.
Because normally if this is here, for example, you have this pawn sacrifice d4, which in this position doesn't work, so you would have to take here first, and then f takes.
Maybe even this is better for white.
This could be.
Yeah, the bishop
on
a7
knight would be stupid, but this is also stupid.
There is, after knight g4, there is the option of taking on g4 and going queen g6, but there your pawn sacrifice might become very much part of the agenda. And I think Giri himself made that sacrifice, maybe in the Stavanger tournament that we commentated last year, no? I think he played this against someone.
He was Wesley, yeah.
Yeah, he was very excited and thought he must have been better at some point, but was not able to convert it into a full point, if I remember correctly.
Didn't he even lose, or I can't.
No, I don't think. Or maybe I think he misplayed it quite badly at some point, but I'm not sure if it was enough to lose.
I remember, that they had this game, and I thought white was better, but I checked with the computer afterwards, and the computer said black was fine all along. Anyway, this position is slightly different. It looks nice for white, doesn't it? This bishop is
well,
so
you will have to find jobs for these knights, but in general, the bishop on a7 is worse. Is worse than either knight, yeah.
Even this idiot.
No, h5, one of them will eventually land on g5, and you will regret that move. Yeah, so. Exactly. Yeah, I think, it's very playable. It's very, very playable.
The alternative is to take this, and then we would get something similar if we were to choose this. This
And-
is, yeah, very
and
close to
some
that
of
game. Queen b3 or
Yeah.
e5.
Optically, it looks very, very attractive for white because the bishop on a7 is kind of dead. The bishop on c4 is a monster. But the pawn is a pawn, and also these pieces do eventually come out once you start opening the position up. And without playing e4, e5, you're not really achieving very much. And once you start playing e4, e5, some of it gets traded off, some of it gets new squares. It's very unclear. You feel like probably white has enough compensation, but whether it's more than that is non-obvious.
Yep, a lot of ideas to play around with. We are expecting a long struggle of ideas here. MVL Levon is a lot more direct. They've reached move 25 in their Marshall endgame. Just as Giri takes on c4.
That is very curious to me.
I'm guessing his point is after DC, he wants to snap this guy off as
you
well.
you probably want to trade
And
this
then
knight
play
off.
knight f4 or, I don't know. Yeah, probably knight f4.
Queen e6 might be a move as well. And then perhaps f5 if the queen leaves the d1 h5 diagonal. Yeah, and this is also a reasonably well-known strategic idea that in this opening, if white is left only with a dark squared bishop, there are positions in which it finds itself very, very restricted by the black pawn structure, and as a matter of fact, you probably prefer a knight in many cases. Or ideally a light squared bishop on b3, which is a fantastic piece, but that's no longer an option.
Gone, baby, gone. What
Yeah.
else is there? Knight g4 looks very artificial somehow.
Yeah, you can
Queen
take
e6,
you can
yeah.
take with the knight, but that's kind of you're distracting your own pieces from achieving the squares they want to
Very
get.
slow.
Yeah, bishop e3, but yeah, it doesn't feel particularly threatening.
Agree. dc4 is critical, and it seems like Giri will almost certainly take this dude before it
Yeah,
jumps through.
you can play knight f4 instead, but then yeah, even knight d5 might be slightly better for white, but also you're tempting white a little bit here.
It's
I'm
less,
even-
less dumb than I thought, actually, because knight d5 takes, and if cd knight e7,
Knight
it
e7,
looks
queen
like a
g6,
healthy
yeah,
position.
yeah, queen g7, queen g6, f5 comes very, very fast here. I'm wondering if after knight f4 white cannot play g3, but probably not.
Gimme.
King g2.
Back.
Yeah, I wanted to take, and after queen takes g5 to claim that I have tremendous attack by, I don't know, knight f5, rook
you do.
h1 or something.
Knight d5, queen h5.
Knight d5, I was worried about queen g6. I don't think black should defend the c7 pawn at all. Knight f5, rook h1, and claim that I will take on h6 next move and give mate. It's probably not true. It's, you know, it's probably very defensible for, like, queen f6 is a lot stronger than queen g6, for instance. To have knight e7 ideas, yeah, you're right. Queen g4 anyway, and no, game continues. But here you can play queen g6 and win a
stuff.
tempo. Yeah.
We shall see. I was gonna do a little tour. What's going on here? There's h4 move here, which is news to us Marshall boring endgame students, which is a bit sad. The Marshall used to be such an attacking opening. But then, I believe mainly due to the effort of Yevgeny Tomaszewski, this line came to the forefront, and everybody now has to defend a slightly worse endgame with equal material when you play the Marshall. I've tried, and I think you've tried as well, to make other moves work in this position, like rook to e8,
Yeah.
queen to f6, queen to d7, there's all, bishop g6, there's all kinds of moves here. But it seems like the connoisseurs and the engines nowadays have gone back to queen h4. Even though we had a good run with all kinds of other dumb moves after queen f3.
Yep.
Anyway, the position on the board now after knight c6, what is going on?
I guess BA. Knight takes a4 is also a move, but I think BA looks okay for black. Because, I mean, that pawn looks stupid, but it forces white to immediately stop attacking it by play. I think bishop a2 is more or less the only move that makes any sense to me there.
You don't want
But
this
yeah,
jump.
you don't want to allow knight c4. And after bishop a2, the pawn on a4 is completely safe. And it actually does a very good job of restricting the b2 c3 structure. And if black actually manages to trade off the light square bishops and land...
I'd love to do this.
Yeah, and land the knight on c4, I would be starting to wonder if black can be better.
Probably you don't get there.
No, bishop c2 is probably a bit too slow, but maybe I can play something like rook e8 first. Yeah. Doesn't seem to me like this should necessarily be worse for black at all.
Egalite looks like.
And also, I have to mention that knight takes a4 in the current position is also a move you might want to discuss. Attacking b2 straight away, and bishop a4, ba4, we immediately can assume that black is not worse. And yeah, if white needs to waste the tempo protecting b2, he probably isn't pushing very much.
Gustav Chatterjee 1 says, it's tricky to memorize, particularly the h4 lines. That is an impressive statement, if true, because I consider myself quite a connoisseur of this stuff, and I've never seen the h4 move in this position. So if you've already tried to memorize the h4 lines, shout out to you. And in the game Kramnik Nakamura, we got what you predicted after a6, e5, knight c6, queen a4 was played. Yeah. Takes, and Vladi took it and got the two bishops.
Yeah, and also interestingly, he goes for. I would expect him to go
e6 here.
I would expect him to go for some bishop e2 and castling short, but he actually goes for a much more direct plan: bishop d2, g6, bishop long castles, bishop g7, and bishop g5. He's probably still not going to be giving mate on the king side here. He is aiming for some better endgames, it would be my guess. But yeah, queen f5.
What does he want? Does he want to take and jump, or what's his point? Or just some?
I'm not sure. Maybe no, but bishop b5. Like just queen takes g5 as a check. I'm sorry. Let's not go completely crazy this early in the broadcast.
Let's not do it. No more defang talk. Stick to chess. Queen f4. Boring.
Queen a5. That was, I mean, endgame, yeah, I'd be reasonably happy with white, but we've driven the queen to one of the better squares on the board, and castle's next move.
Yeah.
I'd be reasonably happy here with black.
And if I take here?
Bishop takes.
No, I pin you.
Castles.
Yes. No. Bishop c3 is also around, so I don't like it.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like we're crushing any souls there.
What are you doing, Vladi? What's your point? f4 maybe, and then bishop d3? Also looks odd. But
yeah. f4 is really not a move you want to be making, generally speaking. Like even castles, bishop d3, queen c8. Why is this so horrible for black?
It's probably not. I'm just looking for legal moves.
No, I'm not a criticism aimed at you, but yeah, I'm a bit confused.
What else is there? Queen h4, and whenever you give this a5 square, just castles queen a5. I don't get it. This whole line confuses me, because I used to play this line with white. And this is considered to be slightly better for white. But no one has ever dreamt of going bishop d2 long castles here. They do some boring stuff like bishop b5 or bishop e3, intending bishop e2 short castles. And it almost feels like if black wants to go g6 anyway, then white is a tempo up here? Or is that too simplistic? Like if you play whatever, bishop e3.
Yeah, I think this is a very solid way of looking at it. You do get a reasonably theoretical position where you're up, well, not a full tempo, because a6 is not a horrible move. Yeah. And I actually got some, I wouldn't call it flag, but I got some comments on my usage of the term half a tempo, which, if you think about it, doesn't really mean very much. And people were wondering why I was using it and what does it signify.
Well, it's part of the lingo. You're not a full tempo up, but your opponent made a move that's kind of useful, but not the move you would normally choose to make after g6. Bishop g7 is a bigger priority than a6.
Yeah, if you had to define it, it would be something like that. But it is somewhat confusing as a concept, and I'm not sure every time we use it correctly, if there is correct usage. Anyway, Magnus did take with the knight. We sort of expected him not to allow d takes e4, bishop takes e3, and the knight landed on f4. So far so good. We've expected this to happen.
But Giri is fine here. Like this knight spent a lot of moves. Sometimes it gets here directly via d2, but it has gone to f1, e3, and then c4. And black has not sat around idly.
No, black
This
made
absolutely
what
fine.
used to be considered to be the absolute mainline setup. Develop the bishop to e6, then go queen f6, knight f4 in 2 moves. And in Vichy, we'll get back to this, but there's been some developments in one of the 2 reasonably forced games we have on this round.
They got this sort of endgame in...
They got it slightly differently though, because I'm not exactly sure what Wesley was worried about after a5, knight c8, but he chose to include bishop takes f3 first, knight f3, rook queen g1, rook g1, and only play knight c8 here. And yeah, we talked about almost this exact endgame, but the knight was on e4 and the pawns were doubled on the f file. The variation, I believe, stays the same. White can never be worse. In my opinion, I think this is always going to be plentiful compensation, but white probably isn't better. It is a healthy extra pawn in the center for black. You'll probably start by playing b4 here and asking black where is the bishop going. Yeah, I think it's d6, and then maybe knight g5, bishop e3, one of those 2 moves.
Yeah, I've seen, I'm not sure of this position, but these positions.
Yeah, I have now. I also have the feeling I've seen this before.
I'm not sure if it was in games or analysis or whatever, but it all looks very familiar, even this knight on c8.
Yeah. And I think you want to transfer the knight from f3 to e4 here as early as possible, because it might get restricted.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. And in the other very forcing game of the day, after rook c1, we left it somewhere around b4, c takes b4. Yeah, there you see them. Before c takes b4, Sergei played rook c1, rook g8, and after some thought he finally captured the pawn on a7. Queens are off. White is currently a pawn up, but you feel that this probably shouldn't be enough. Knight d7, knight f6 is a very serious plan. Knight d7 also creates a threat of rook a8, going after the a2 pawn. And the knight on f3, if the knight on f3 was on a better square where it would actually influence something happening on the board, would be excellent. But it's on the exact wrong square, for instance, to defend the pawn on g5. It takes that knight 3 moves to get to a square from which it protects that pawn. So knight d7, knight f6, I think, is a very, very serious equalizing threat here.
Looks like the discussion about half a tempo is still in full swing. People saying mathematically half a tempo doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's chess lingo though. And like, I think people will understand what you mean. If you refer to half a tempo normally, yeah, he made a move that is not ideal, but it's also not a full pass, so you won half a tempo.
Yeah, that would be the most direct explanation.
Karjakin is up half a pawn. Won't be enough to beat the Fabster. Looks like Karjakin once again here shows he knows mainline theory very well, but the problem with mainline theory is normally it favors black if it's forced variations and you analyze them till the end with strong computers.
And by it favors black, what Jan means is that
It's equal.
Yeah, it will come out as equal at some point. Yeah. I will recheck what my notes say, because I don't believe we felt... It's very likely that we just sort of cut it off somewhere here, feeling that in particular, in the first game you ever get this, let him make all these moves with black, and if he does make all these moves with black, I will still have a slight positive free roll here with white. You might, I don't know, win 1 out of 2 out of 10, something like that. And if not, okay.
Yeah, that's Karjakin's approach. He's not going to deviate from mainlines. We've had this discussion yesterday if he's holding back or not showing his weapons. But I believe that's also how he plays with white. He plays e4, he plays mainlines, and yeah, if If you equalize, you equalize. It's not like Magnus, who is willing to play positions where he knows he's not better, but the board is full of pieces, which can, of course, also backfire. Well, Karjakin won't lose any of these games where he plays e4 main lines. And there's some of a discussion on the tempo half full, tempo half empty situation in the chat. I have nothing more to contribute to it. Are you a glass half full or glass half empty?
I think I'm generally a glass half full dude, but...
Really? Would not have said that.
Really?
No.
Honestly?
Yeah, I would not. Maybe I don't get the analogy, but I thought it means are you more of a pessimist or more of an optimist? And I would have had you more on the pessimistic side of things.
Well, as a chess player, definitely, but as I didn't think you were asking like specifically about me as a chess player.
I wasn't.
That makes me question my life choices because if
Why?
I didn't know I projected that particular image. I thought
No, it wasn't meant as an insult at all.
not insulted. It's just interesting that this is how people view me. It's not what I would have guessed, but
Oh, let's go way too personal. Sure.
yes.
Shortly into the show, I'm a glass completely empty kind of guy.
I will not argue with that though.
Wow. Retaliation. I think Pat Riley had the best quote on this. He said, who cares if it's half full or half empty? Drink the effing glass.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
Magnus. Probably lost half a tempo somewhere in the proceedings. You could even say 2 tempi.
More than a half, yeah. More than a half for sure here, yeah. This knight maneuver is not a world beater.
No, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, taking 4 tempi to take on c4 from b1 is, yeah.
Just to make it clear, if black were to take here, you would think if you want to go dc or knight c4. And after knight c4, you wouldn't think you have a winning position. But instead, this knight went all the way here. So the argument would have to be that black weaken his position by committing his knight to f4. And that's a hard sell, I believe.
Yeah, that would be extremely difficult to convince anyone of that. Yeah, black is just fine. You can do, I suspect, more or less anything here. I'm even wondering if the immediate d6, d5 is playable, but black just doesn't need that. Because that would actually give white hope. E takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop a7, you have to take with the rook. I protect the pawn on c3 somehow, and then your pawn on e5 is hanging. You also have this stupid rook on a7.
Yeah.
Yeah, b5 becomes a threat. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah.
Just take, no?
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
Knight want to go back?
Yeah, it will go back, yeah. Fe makes no strategic sense
Hard,
to me.
because you don't have access to this square.
Yeah, just knight e6, knight e7, queen g6. Very, very healthy position for black, I think. Yeah, maybe...
Oh, hang on. Not sure I should give up that pawn. Knight g5.
Yeah, shouldn't be horrible, although d4 does change things a bit, because I thought black would have a bit of a free ride for a while, but it doesn't seem that way.
I'm reading the chat. Love Wetman says, Radio Jan reminds me of my stepdad. Let's stick to chess, please. Love Wetman. It is still early in the day. Vladimir Kramnik. I'm in a weird mood. I'll get over it. Vladimir Kramnik has gone for this. Why would he do that?
Yeah, I was wondering where the pieces had gone, because I saw...
Queen g4.
Yeah, we missed queen g4 completely, and yeah, I'm really unsure as to why he's aiming for this. He might actually feel he's slightly better here, to be honest, because he is in control over the d file. He played c3, and he wants bishop b2, bishop f3. There's also knight c5 ideas. More knight c5, I think, than knight b6. And in particular, something like g3, bishop g2, or bishop b2, bishop f3 might be slightly awkward for black, because your queenside structure is a bit weakened. Yeah, it feels a bit weird for white to... It feels like you've disarmed completely by move 15. You've traded off half the pieces, and it's an opposite color bishop ending on the board by move 15. And in Sicilians, you generally feel with black that endgames, you shouldn't be particularly worried about people playing endgames against you. But
I like it though. The more I stare at this position, the more annoying it is. This bishop that really doesn't do a whole lot. Interesting stuff by Mr. Vladi, who I predicted to win today. So I want to keep a perfect record on my predictions in chess. I need you, Vladi. What do you do with black? Do you castle?
yeah, it's a bit awkward. You would want to go rook g8, but after bishop e2 your problems remain, because you're still not really winning the fight for the g file at all, and like bishop f3 now is a serious threat. Also, you cannot entirely rule out the possibility that Vladi knows exactly how good or bad this position is. He did go for this line specifically, and bishop d2, long castles, bishop g5 feels, very, very specific to just be something random he cooked up at the board.
Yeah. Looks like Kramnik. Well, he never really bluffs. He always has an idea when he does weird stuff like this.
Yeah.
No exception today.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff by Vladimir. And MVL
Yeah.
goes for rook a1.
A stunning move by MVL, but an understandable move on many levels, because you want to unpin yourself. You want to play bishop d4, well, either next or as early as possible, to start trading off some pieces which are currently, I think, looking better for black than they are for white. You still have the issue of the bishop on a2 not really having any useful squares. But if you manage to solve it eventually, and Magnus, we'll get there. But to finish about this endgame, I still believe black should be fine. But I can sort of imagine scenarios in which there is pressure. And also, we have to mention that bishop e4 does not win a piece, because bishop d4 is the only move but a very sufficient one.
Yeah, I was thinking about this.
I can take on
So
c6, bishop takes c5, knight d7.
I don't want to.
I understand.
Bishops.
Yeah, there is a very concrete reason for that, because rook e2 might be very strong here.
Why?
Well, how do you protect this guy on b2 without playing c4?
First of all, I can play c4.
Yeah, you can play c4, but I
do I
don't
need
think...
to protect it? Is it bad for me?
Bad is strong, but is it good for you, like a3? Or... With this bishop on c6, you're sort of slightly playing with fire, I thought. Rook c2.
Yeah.
Should be a draw.
Yeah, hard to win this.
Should be a draw, I think. So it's an idea. I'm not sure if it's great for black, and also you did not have to go bishop d4 there. You could go bishop e3 and not allow rook e2, but it's one of the options available to black here. And bishop e4 has been played, and you feel that left probably wants, if at all possible, to make some kind of forced draw immediately, because if you take on d4 here, knight takes d4, and you just continue playing, eventually this bishop might escape. And if you imagine it on some useful square, like if you imagine white playing f3, king f2, and then the bishop comes out and gets to c2, for instance, this is a bad position for black.
Yeah, here you can get in trouble.
Yeah, and bishop takes c6 already blitzed out by left, so he does seem to agree with my assessment that this is playable. Bishop e3, the point is I want to play rook b8. I think this is quite decent for black once again. White does have this issue with the b2 pawn. It's very awkward to protect. Rook b1 always runs into bishop e4, and if you have to play bishop c1, you've completely given up on any hopes of an advantage. Yeah, knight c5 is decent, knight e5 is decent. Both of those moves seem to at least equalize.
Yeah, you're not gonna do that. No, I would expect something like this, and
yeah, but then
things would peter out.
So yeah, it seems like Lev will hold yet another marshal without particular trouble.
There's a lot of talk about memory palaces in the chat. Is that reference to Hannibal or to Sherlock? What do you think?
To me, it is a reference to Sherlock, but I'm not sure what people are referring to there.
I'm also not sure. Please let us know, chat. And Gustav Chatterjee 1 says, use the force Luke. Is there any Luke in this tournament? I don't know. The chat is way over my head.
Not to my knowledge.
And it went to g6. Doesn't want any part of this f takes e, knight e6, d4 business. And says, you know what, when I on g6 might look silly for a second, but I will go queen e6 and then either f5 or d5. And why do you think you're better here with white, Mr. World Champion?
Well, he played b5 already. I'm still not exactly sure what he's doing. I mean, he's driving pieces to squares I wouldn't think they particularly mind being at. You can also include
b6 is sometimes an idea, but...
Yeah, but like b6, c6 and...
of course you can do this as well.
Yeah, probably he wants to play b6 anyway.
Yeah, and then...
I don't know,
maybe.
rook a7 or something, yeah.
Pipe dreams over here at least. Well, you don't have to do anything directly. This structure is very resilient.
Yeah, I would probably not take on b5 straight away. I think you start with knight c7 and you take it from there.
Maybe you play something like this. I've seen people do.
Well, takes you take with what?
I want to take with the point on b6.
Yeah, takes b6 would be my initial reaction.
Yeah, that's annoying actually.
Then play queen e6 and I will have like f5 breaks available to me, d5 breaks available to me later in the game at some point. And rook a6 seems a bit empty. You can win the a file and I will just happily play rook ac8 and say...
Congratulations.
Yeah, like... Well done, sir. I will now proceed to give you mate on the king side. Although there's no mate after knight g2. But there's also not a lot of progress to be made with those rooks on the a file because c7 is very, very far away from any of the attacking pieces.
Black is very fine. But we've not done him justice. If b6, I was wondering, can you take?
d5 is also...
d5. Now take here.
Yeah, take on d5.
Take here.
Yeah, take on d5, bc7, and play something like rook c8, maybe.
Yep.
Seems playable.
Yep.
e4, knight f4, and I probably want to play e5, e4 myself if I'm allowed to. Completely destroy all the structure and then start picking stuff up.
The problem is whenever the position opens like that, one day this king might be a little loosey because he doesn't have an f2 pawn to
Black definitely enjoys a safer pawn structure here.
We'll see what Anish comes up with. You could also, I'm not sure if you want to make a case for that, but you could think about this.
No, queen a7 is a bit awkward.
Yeah,
this is extremely committal. Knight g8 maybe, but
here we are. Really dedicated to making this work. No need to. We'll see, but currently knight c7 is the favorite in the Chess24 Hamburg offices. Sergei Karjakin.
Rook a8, rook c2, rook a5 I think makes a draw on the spot. I can't find any way to progress from there. Like, yes, you have a check on c8, but I don't see what it achieves. Like bishop f8 probably. Rook d5, f6, or even rook a2, rook a6, and yeah. But rook d5 I think is the most ironclad way to deal with this.
Yeah, white is not better.
Because once this d-pawn disappears and black plays f6 controlling all the knight jumps, yeah, b4 is actually a stronger pawn than a2. Yeah, black will have a cosmetic advantage if he doesn't lose any material immediately. So that would be one way of dealing with it. You could also maybe postpone it for a move and don't play rook a5. You can play f6 first to even have king f7 as a reply to rook c8 check, and then play rook a5.
Doesn't matter. We will get something like this and a handshake soon.
Yeah. Well, if this king gets to c4 once again, you start thinking maybe black is in some slight sort of trouble, but we'll see. Anish took on b5 before knight c7. It's a bit interesting, but it shouldn't really change the evaluation. a great deal, I think.
I agree. Interesting jacket by Wesley today.
I don't believe this is a jacket. I think this is a shirt. I don't think he is wearing a jacket.
You don't think that's a jacket?
No.
I guess. Oh, I'd love to know. I think it's a jacket.
I've actually wondered about this already because it does look like an interesting choice, but I don't know. I firmly believe this is a shirt.
Wesley, would you mind turning around a little bit? Yeah, not enough, not enough.
Although, yeah, maybe you're right. That sleeve did not look like a shirt sleeve.
It looks jackety to me.
Yeah, it does. It does now. Yeah, I'm revising my firm belief.
And I like it. I'm never sure about the colors because maybe the color scheme got altered by all this modern technology in the way. But I think I'm a fan. Nicely done, Wesley. So
He also made a move which we did not really expect.
Bishop A7.
Me in particular, because it does allow rook d7, but I guess he's trying to sort of calculate his way out of this. Knight d6, I suspect, is what he's planning to play, and something. I'm not sure about knight b5 though, because b7 is an important pawn. Yeah, I think you probably play something like rook c8 and hope to trade it off, and yes, you shed your one extra pawn, but now your pieces look a lot more coordinated. And white needs to start spending tempi on something like bishop d2. And you might even be in time to play e4 after that.
yeah, it looks all right.
Yeah, interesting decision by Wesley.
Yeah, we can just go here.
Yeah, rook of d8, and I'm not sure if that's an improvement or not, driving the rook from c8 to d8. Might be, but I'm not entirely convinced.
Does white have to play ball, or can you still? No, the
Well,
knight comes to d6.
Yeah, if the knight lands on d6, your compensation becomes a lot less obvious, because all of your plans are immediately a lot more difficult to realize.
Cheapos. That looks dumb. Knight d6 anyway.
Just 96, yeah.
Knight g5, knight d6. Anything knight d6.
Yeah, in particular, knight g5, knight d6 is a huge improvement compared to the lines with the bishop on d6. This is such a great square for this knight. I like bishop a7. I think it shows great awareness. He doesn't want to try and, hang on for dear life, hoping to preserve this extra pawn. He wants to return it immediately and no longer suffer. All of his pieces are a lot more active after that.
That's the problem with these modern world-class players. They don't feel the need to hang on to an extra pawn and suffer. They will give it back and free their positions. So unfair. In the old days, if someone played the King's Gambit, you were forced to, or you were morally obliged to accept all the sacrifices. Take the pawn, take the bishop on f7, put your king on d5, get checkmated. Not anymore. Bishop a7. Be my guest, get your pawn back. Let's make a draw. But good move by Wesley. So
yeah, I like this decision.
all right. So looks like the first onslaught is over. We have a most likely drawn position in Karjakin Caruana after sharp theory battle, a most likely drawn position in MVL Aronian after a sharp theory battle, an equal position in Carlsen Giri after a not so sharp, not so theoretical battle. Vladimir Kramnik, maybe chances to do a little business. Played g3 intending bishop g2. Might have some pressure against Hikaru Nakamura.
I think he almost definitely gets black to play b7 takes c6. I think that's the least white achieves here. He creates a situation in which black will have to recapture on c6 once he goes bishop g2, bishop takes c6, and black will not be able to take with the rook. And then you can maybe lay a claim to some advantage, because the knight goes to c5, the a pawn is slightly weak, and there are structural issues for black to solve.
This will just be over soon, no? Or can white try?
No, I think
Continue
he
playing
takes,
with
he
bishop
takes
a2?
on b5 and goes c4, I think this game is over. Because, yeah, you never ever play bishop a2 in that position, and here there's nothing to suggest that you are better, so I think this is extremely likely to happen. bc4, rook a4, rook e2, and pieces disappear. You can play f4 right now, but I'm not sure if it changes anything. Rook e4. Yeah, it's all the same.
You can't really. Keep this bishop on the board because the rook comes here.
Yeah, if the rook gets to e2 and the pawn on e4 is still alive, you start feeling extremely awkward.
Yep. This will be the first draw of the day, possibly Karjakin, Caruana the second. Then we'll see if we get any action in the remaining games. So far, it looks like a slightly less exciting day than yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume this will not provide the same level of eye-wandering delights.
Yeah.
No, that's not English. Yeah, eye-opening delights maybe, but not wandering.
I never wonder if what we're saying makes any sense. But thank you guys for watching the show, for sticking with us. We will go on a short break and get some more caffeine into us. And after the break, we shall address exciting user questions like, why do GMs play the French so rarely? Or, Peter, are you following Champions Trophy cricket? We'll be right back with you. Thank you so much for watching the show. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to the show where we talk to interesting people. And since we're alone here, all I have to talk to is Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler. Peter, games today less interesting than yesterday? Has to be said.
A bit slower today. We sort of expected that. You did mention the possibility of today being seriously toned down compared to the excitement we got yesterday. But yeah, potentially lots of games disappearing. This one is over. It went for a bit longer than we expected, but the exact mechanism that we described was eventually achieved just after 3 more moves instead of 2. And so yeah, we see Lev holding yet another marshal against arguably the biggest marshal specialist from the white side playing today.
He's saying, how dare you play the marshal against me? Have you ever seen me lose a game in the marshal? And the answer is, yes we have. He has lost one of those endgames to Fabian Caruana a long time ago. But for many years, Lev and Aronian had a perfect record in the marshal, meaning he never lost a single game.
Yeah, we assume Fabiano will hold the position he is currently playing against Sergei Karjakin.
That is most likely correct. I'm sure we'll get complaints, but let's switch to the Karjakin cam.
Yeah, Rook A8 I believe has been played in that game, and Sergei is thinking, I don't think you can give up on the A2 pawn. I'm guessing he's trying to calculate something like King F1 and hoping he wins half it. Once again, that term, but I think you have to play Rook C2.
Who's more likely to be recognized on the streets of, let's say, St. Petersburg? No, let's say Moscow. Karjakin, Kramnik, Carlsen.
I think Karjakin with a large advantage over the other two.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
How about?
Well, it's difficult to underestimate his media presence right now in Russian media in particular. Well, almost exclusively, I would guess. He had a lot of media assignments during the match, but after the match, I don't think Western media is chasing him around. But he still is extremely popular in Russian media.
So it's hard to underestimate his media presence.
I thought that's what I said, but I'm not really in control of what I'm saying anymore. So if it wasn't, I apologize.
No, you said it's difficult to underestimate, and my brain works too slowly to figure out if that's what you meant to say or if it's easy to underestimate.
Hard is a better.
No. But hard is the same thing.
Well,
it's. You mean it's easy to underestimate? I'm very confused.
The point I think.
I'm not trying to troll you. I honestly could not figure out if you need to use overestimate or underestimate. It's like these things they do on IQ tests where you open one door and then close another, and you get all tangled up. Like it's the same for me with hard and over or underestimate. I can't figure it out.
He is extremely popular in Russian media, is what I'm trying to say.
You should say that. Easy language.
Yes.
Preferably
well-known words
dude.
of 3 syllables and less. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, he does play games.
I check his Twitter account, and I'm not surprised. It's very popular. He goes to all these cool events. He posts a lot of topless selfies. What's not to like?
Yeah.
And Maharishi 3 is weighing in. Hard to overestimate. Anyway, stick to chess. Sometimes I forget. Sorry. King to F1 has been played.
Yeah.
Can we take?
Yeah, let's try and if we take and don't lose on the spot, you should take. I think in general the rule in this position would be, if it's a move you can make, you should make it. Rook C8. I wanted to play Knight F8 here because Bishop F8 Rook D8 does feel very awkward.
Yeah, this looks ugh.
Yeah, you don't want that. I want to have.
I'm just thinking maybe you survive such a position. That's
Knight D2 might be even stronger.
Oh, you have Knight D2 as well. Yeah.
Well, you will win back the piece, but then Rook D8 probably wins on the spot. No, let's go let's go rook c8, knight f8. That was I was trying to make work. Rook d8, rook a6, and as I mentioned earlier, black is basically one move away from complete draw. Like if you play f6 and nothing bad has happened.
Just trying to stalk your pieces.
Yeah, that is a very good option.
Still a little scary, is it not?
It is, yeah. This position I'm not really enjoying a great deal for black. Okay, so how can we improve on that? We can play f6 here, but once again, rook c6, you will have to make some uncomfortable moves.
Yeah.
Rook c7.
Yeah.
We're still a tempo short here from what would be a clear draw if you could play king.
Once again, maybe we can get a pawn and survive something like this, but do we want to?
No, we really don't want to. Take rook a2, rook b7. Yeah, d6. Maybe d6 on the previous move was much stronger, actually. Well, even that position, I take on g7 and we continue.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, not ideal. Must do better. Let's try this.
Yeah, but now this is a lot more awkward. Check. No, this I think loses to rook d8. No, maybe bishop c7 is what you're trying to play over.
I normally don't think. I just make moves and then hope for the best.
Good policy, that. Bishop e5 might win.
Bishop e5.
Yeah. Well, win is strong.
Why would that win? Takes rook d8?
Yeah, this
takes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm slow.
No, you are not. At every 100th line, I might take something. But still.
Yeah. Rook d8, bishop c7 looks very.
I still don't get it. If I take, what do you do to me?
King e2.
Just taking it nice and slow.
You are completely pinned, so.
It's very awkward.
Yeah. No, this is not attractive. I don't see how I win after the king. No, actually, I do see how I win once the king gets to e6.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but it looks so terrible.
Rook e8 check just wins a piece. Yeah, this is just game over. But I will mention it the third time in the hopes of conjuring it onto the board. Bishop c7 might hold. Because it seems like you have to go back, and bishop d6 is just where we just came from here. But maybe we can play king e2 now.
Oh, changer le move order.
Yeah, and king d3, and say that our king is a lot more active, which is true. And your pieces are awkward, which is also true. And yeah,
looks bad.
This is not a draw.
So we must be smarter than this.
Yeah. This feels, I feel vindicated because I started this broadcast by claiming this is my old analysis and this is not an immediate draw. And you told me, but Fabi has a computer.
That was not meant as an offense.
And Fabi definitely does have a computer, but it doesn't...
I'm aware you have a computer too. My logic was that if he repeats this line in this tournament, then he must have checked this after playing this till the end.
Of course,
but yeah, it turns out maybe there is some.
Yeah.
Some questions still to be asked.
Because before c4, rook c1, that position I recognize. I did not analyze it much further than that because I felt that I'm unlikely to get more than one game, and even that is not that likely to reach this position. But yeah, I remember the feeling was white still has something to play for. And we are currently struggling to refute that. Because if you have to play f6, rook c6, bishop f8, or something similar, you just don't feel very comfortable. Rook c7, yeah, we discussed this, yeah? There's just no good squares for this knight. And if you go king f6, king e7, you have to give up on g7, which is also not something you particularly want to do. Like if black could play in the position we have on the board right now, if black could play king f8, yeah, king f8, rook c6, king e7, and the pawn was already on g6. That would have been immediate comfortable equality. But here after rook a2, I think knight h4 is just very, or knight g4. But in particular, knight h4 will not even allow rook a1 check. This looks very, very dangerous for black, once again, because his pieces are just so awkward. Maybe bishop c5 can be played in this position, though. Knight f5, king d8, and I don't see how white wins. But this is already very, very different from what we expected, because we expected black, and here also bishop c5. I'm trying to make this move work against anything. Sorry, king d8. But yeah, as I was saying, this is very different from our expectation. This might be holdable, but this is not, you know, a clean, easy draw. You just blitz out and everybody goes home.
Vichy has not taken the bait and gone after the c7 pawn.
Yeah, he decides that the e5 pawn is more important, which I can relate to because it immediately makes the bishop on c1 a much better piece because it will go to f4. I'm just curious what he's thinking about here, because he's been staring at this position for a while now, and he still hasn't played knight takes e5. He might be worried about, he must be worried about something, but I'm not sure what. Like, you connect rooks, nothing is hanging anymore. Why would you not play that?
Je ne sais pas.
Maybe he thinks that starting with bishop e3 might be positionally justified, but it feels slow.
There are some complaints about the volume of the sound. Pump it up. I don't know. Can I pump it up?
Yeah, there should be something in settings which.
Do I wanna? I can click on audio. Volume range 100%. Boom.
You can actually go above 100, I'm pretty sure.
Do I really want to do that?
Well, if there are complaints, we could try like 120 and see if it gets better. And then we really better not sneeze for the remainder of this broadcast.
This makes no sense to me. How can there be more than 100%?
These are not platonic ideals of sound. I'm probably misusing it horribly, but
I don't know. Let's hope that the half a tempo we spent on getting 120% of sound help people out. Only if you sneeze, only if don't sneeze. Niels Rose says, don't mess with the audio, it might introduce tech issues.
I don't
Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah.
Be more constructive with your feedback.
Seriously though, I understand replying to chat is a huge part of our job, but why isn't he taking on e5? Takes knight b5 maybe? That was the one idea I had, which could be an explanation, but it doesn't feel that threatening.
Slightly awkward though.
It is
Unless
slightly
I can
awkward,
do something active for rook e7, but I don't know. If I want to do that, you probably just take my pawnzy.
There's also takes and rook e8. Not the immediate rook e8, but you start by knight takes e5, and after rook takes e5, you go rook e8 here. And if bishop f4, I take, and I go rook e8 again. But well, even if you take on d6, this is not an immediate draw. I mean, king f1, bishop d5.
This is a dream.
Well, dream might be strong because rook c8 probably makes a draw by force.
I have very modest dreams.
But yeah, if you imagine white having the option of playing rook d3 here, yeah, that would be mouth-watering.
So can we do better than king f1 maybe? Bishop
Rook d1.
d5 or rook d1.
Rook d1, rook e2, rook d6, g6, and bishop d5.
If I go here.
Or the immediate bishop d5, yeah. No. This is very attractive for white. So I'm still struggling to come up with an explanation for why knight takes e5 is not a very good move here.
Wasn't your knight b5 a decent explanation?
It's an explanation. I don't know. Bishop d2. Rook d8, rook e2, or even maybe
Rook e2. I thought bishop e1.
maybe even the immediate bishop e1. But I wanted to bring the rook back so that there are fewer things I can blunder along the long diagonal. Like rook f8. I was wondering if I can also include king f1. Get one pair off, return to f1, and only after that play bishop e1.
Take. I like
Rook
pawns.
f1. Yeah.
I can't take. Sad.
Well, you can take, but I don't think you will enjoy it much.
Yeah, that's likely with most things. Yeah.
So yeah,
Take the pawn Vichy.
and also I'm struggling to come up with an alternative. Like, what are you trying to play instead? Bishop d5 after knight d7. I mean, the idea of going rook takes e5, rook takes d5 is just completely abhorrent to any Spanish player or Italian player. Like, you've given up the
Or Indian player.
or that, yeah.
This is nothing.
No, but
you've
given up your best piece for to recapture a pawn you seemingly can recapture at will. So, yeah, I don't understand, and I like understanding things.
Maybe Vichy's not at the board. We could even switch to the Vichy cam and find out. He does seem to be at the board. Apologies to all you Fab 5 fans out there. We must check what Vichy is thinking about.
It's unclear. It's unclear. He doesn't seem to be particularly troubled. He's just.
There's Wesley. It is a jacket, that much is confirmed.
Yeah.
It is also a cross, we don't need to confirm that, and a probably green t-shirt.
Yeah, that seems informal.
Interesting stylistic choices by Wesley, so I like them. While Vichy, I can't tell the color of his jacket, but it's
That's
probably
generally, I think,
brown.
so like brown and dark green.
Yeah.
He goes for those colors a lot.
Yeah, taking his time here to take on e5. Shall we check what Magnus is doing
Sure.
against Anish? MC1 cam.
Yeah, but
Very typical Italian business, but why would Magnus ever be better here?
I mean, you could maybe make an argument for black being somewhat better, not by a lot, but like black has a very healthy structure, arguably the healthiest structure of the two. Black is currently in control of the only open file on the board. The queen can go to d6 if, let's say, rook f1 happens. The one idea white maybe has is to play d3, d4, but it doesn't really create a threat. Like d4 I can ignore, I can play queen d6 anyway, for instance.
d4 right here, right now?
Yeah, immediately. I was looking for something constructive to do for white, basically, because like the knights don't really have any squares currently. Both of them are completely restricted.
Getting some interesting opinions here. Wesley's going for the Don Johnson look, is being said. And Vichy's color of jacket is olive. That's probably a good
My description.
word.
Yeah, olive is good. Yeah, but we weren't far off. We just don't have all the best words, which chat obviously does have.
Yeah, but that's because we're not very highly educated.
And there's also a whole discussion going on in chat as to who will have the best chances against Magnus in a match. I'm not sure. It's hard to judge. I think many people feel that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I used to feel like that. I probably no longer feel like that myself. But I used to feel that for me, actually getting to the match against Magnus is seemingly an insurmountable challenge. Whereas in a match, I would feel I'm also not a favorite, but I have on occasion have done reasonably against him. So I don't know if many more people feel the same. But many people would have an interesting match against him, I think.
But you're saying, let's be real here, people. Peter Svidler is the only guy in the world with a plus score against Magnus Carlsen. It is obviously Peter Svidler.
No,
how is this even a discussion?
It's not obviously Peter Svidler, but I mean, if Kramnik gets to play a match against him, I think it will be a very interesting match. And if Lev gets to play,
I feel like Kramnik. No, I don't think it would be close. Even though, yeah, Magnus recently has not been in top form, but I feel Magnus has Kramnik's number over the last couple of years. At some point, he scored 7 out of 7 in a row against Kramnik in Blitz, Classical, and Rapid, admittedly. But still, I feel he might be a little in Kramnik's head. Levon recently has been doing well against him, but Levon normally struggles at the stage before, like in the candidates.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant there. Vishy did something weird.
Vishy's had his 2 matches against Magnus. I do not expect a third one, even though you never know. Vishy's always doing well at the candidates.
Well, he needs to get to the candidates first. For that, he needs to win the World Cup pretty much, because he ruled himself out of the Grand Prix series, and he will not get above the front runners in the rating stakes. I think he's given them too much of a handicap already.
It's warm in the studio, but I just realized, and our boy Eric Hansen calls me out on it immediately, saying Jan is going for 2 buttons open to make up for today's chess. I might stick with it. It's really warm.
It is stiflingly hot today here, yeah, for whatever reason. We actually managed to switch everything off before leaving yesterday, which is something I did not manage on the previous day.
It's, these Hamburg summers. Boiling hot.
Boiling hot, yeah. Why is Vishy allowing 94? I'm trying to figure out what he's planning to do after 94. Because our line wasn't really allowing that to such an extent. But here, like bishop d5, you can play, but after c6 you have to take.
This, and this is egalitaire.
And unfortunately for white, you cannot play rook d1 yet. Now, if you could play rook d1 here, you'd be winning, not just better, but winning, because white would just.
We can prepare it. Here, rook d1, bishop g5 would be a bit of a problem.
And if you take, I'll probably just go king f8, actually. I don't even allow that stuff. I mean, rook e3 is probably okay, but king f8, e7 just closes the question.
But I'm trying to win now.
Okay, rook d1. You're probably not winning this.
No, but I'm
you
not
might
losing
get
it either.
You might get
Like
your
a
3 against 2, yeah. But why after bishop g4? Sorry, after bishop e4, rook e4. Why did you do that? Those were very relevant lines you just deleted, so you'll have to enter them again.
Were they relevant? This looked boringly drawn.
I was trying to find a good square to prepare rook d1, like bishop g5 or something. Rook a2, king f8. This is my point once again. This doesn't stop king f8. The only move that kind of stops king f8 is bishop g5, because then I will play rook d1 and king e8 would be.
What do you want? I don't understand anything.
Yeah, but f6 is very sufficient. Yeah, because. Yeah, I was actually looking at piece sacrifices here. I'm probably the heat is getting to my head, because I was looking at rook d1, fg5, rook d7 here, but yeah, that's not the thing.
Much.
Yeah, that's not the thing. That clearly is not the thing. So yeah, I'm currently somewhat mystified as to why this has been allowed.
Eric is weighing in on the discussion. Who shall save Chesskind from Magnus, aka Sauron? But he's saying, I don't really believe in the aka Sauron. It's referring to a Hikaru tweet from the old days. Anyway, well, Eric is saying Wesley or Fabiano is my usual answer, but an informed Aronian would be great as well. A lot of information there. Eric Hansen is on first name basis with Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, but not with Levon Aronian. What's your answer apart from you?
Not this. I mean,
No, I don't mean to make a thing of it. Out of the players in this tournament, who do you think has the best chances against a well-rested Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I'd go with Fabi over Wesley in a close race currently. I still stick with the. I'm not rescinding my answer about Kramnik, but.
Fair enough. You did mention that.
But if you tell me Kramnik is disallowed, then it is either Wesley or Fabi, and I would probably, of those two, I would probably pick Fabi. Yeah, and this is weird. This will be a draw. White is never worse. But why is Vichy not? What was wrong with trying for a bit with bishop f4?
I do not know. Like,
I understand that. Once again, it's something that people have mentioned in the past. I believe that Vichy.
if he feels he can't win, he normally doesn't want to waste his time or energy.
And also, I'm pretty sure he's not particularly happy with how his tournament has progressed so far, and maybe he just wants, he wanted a test has been passed, and now he just wants to sort of take the game off. But are you risking anything at all here with white?
Doesn't look like, unless we're missing something weird, like knight e4, but no.
Maybe, actually, yeah.
Maybe this bothered him.
But bishop d5, knight f2 now threatens a discovered check. So maybe that's the reason.
Could be.
Yeah, that has to be the reason. Okay, that explains a lot, because I really couldn't understand why he wouldn't continue for a bit there. Seemed unreasonable, but it seems a lot more reasonable now.
What else is going on? Fuchsia saying Hamburg summer is slightly warmer rain. No, it hasn't rained in hours. What are you talking about, Fuchsia? That's madness. Niels Rowe is asking, Jan, in a World Championship match between Peter and MC, who would you rather work for as a second? I'll work for the highest bidder. Like, I have plenty of secrets to sell from either side in that match, so I'm very open to suggestions.
Yeah. And you can take an educated guess on who that might be.
You're just trying to start with a low offer. Carlsen against Simon Williams would be fun. That would be fun indeed. What else am I missing in the chat? Who will take the crown from Svidler Sauron? I'm not sure if the Sauron references will still be timely once Peter starts his reign. Then it might be more...
I'm more of a Radagast kind of person, I think. No.
That's the weird magician in the woods with the animals?
Yeah, and the mushrooms, yeah. I will have to up my mushroom game, but I think I'm more of a Radagast kind of person than a Sauron kind of person.
Mushrooms as in magic mushrooms?
Yeah, he is very heavily into magic mushrooms there.
He seemed a bit off. That explains a lot. Yeah, so this will be a draw. Fabi is still thinking, so no obvious solution here. Once again, you were right, I was wrong. I thought he had worked it out to a draw. Not quite there yet. Has to do a bit of thinking. Mr. Fabiano Caruana, the US number 2. You think he likes that title, US number 2?
No.
Is he the US number 2?
Probably is currently.
Let's check the live rating list. 2700chess.com. One website where you'll never find me. Yeah, Fabiano is the world number 4. Wesley So is the world number 3. So Fabiano is the US number 2.
Yeah, with Hikaru in close enough pursuit for neither of them to, be able to relax for very long. Yeah.
Wesley is 2811, Fabiano is 2807, and Hikaru Nakamura is 2795. Picked up 10 rating points so far in Norway Chess, and by 10 I mean 10.8. Speaking of Hikaru, we have not visited his game for a while.
Yeah, and Vlad is definitely getting a little bit of something here. But it's probably nothing drastic if you consider the fact that White's last move was f2, f4, which means that even with all of his pieces sort of aimed at exactly the kind of, you could argue that this is the best setup White can have. And he repeated with knight a8, rook c8 once, and did not play anything concrete. Like he, for instance, you would very definitely consider instead of f4 something like rook d7. So he must have come to the realization that this, for whatever reason, does not work. I assume black starts by taking because I don't see any other moves. And yeah, it's curious why he didn't play that. It's not immediately clear to me why this is wrong. Maybe hg and you cannot take on b7 for some reason, and then rook h2 would be my best guess. But I'm also unclear on the subject of rook b7, knight d8. Okay, this is now becoming a bit clearer, because there white has no checks and the pawn on h2 will fall. This is completely unplayable, so you do have to take on g3. And now after rook h2 it gets a bit awkward, because bishop takes e6, you already have, f2 is hanging, so it's very double-edged. And in general, black seems to be starting first. So he played f4, which means in all these lines and similar lines, the pawn will not be hanging on f2, which gives him an important tempo. And also, okay, Hikaru also already played a move, so we can start discussing an actual position.
Let's discuss.
Well, let's try and make the same move work and see if it gets us anywhere. Rook d7. It's still the most principled move in the position. But here I feel maybe takes, and rook b5 might be very strong. Nothing on doesn't work. Takes, rook b5, I take on b7, I go knight d8, I go rook b8, and I threaten bishop c6 check, which is very relevant, because otherwise bishop d6 will just win a piece here. But because bishop c6 is such a strong threat, black actually needs to play something like rook c5 or king f8, and then knight but then you're a pawn down for not very much. Okay, so what is black doing after rook d7? Just briefly, bishop d8.
We have to take bishop d8.
Yeah, bishop d8, bishop c6 loses a piece, so that's never a move. Yeah, and here you need to look for a concrete solution.
Still think about rook h2.
Yeah, but here I can take, and go rook c7, for instance, and I think it probably wins the c pawn. Although rook g2 is a move, yeah, but
not clear.
But you probably pick white here.
Chessbra has my plan figured out. Jan will keep going to Thailand until 2700. And by 2700, he does not mean the rating, but the year. That is true. Every year I play the Thailand Open, and I haven't won it for a while, which is greatly upsetting. Sort of like the Jean-Claude Van Damme of chess. Does Van Damme go to Thailand a lot? I don't get the Jean-Claude reference. Oh, it's one tournament a year. It's like one movie a year, probably.
Is he still acting in movies?
To me it is, but that's because I just keep rewatching Bloodsport over and over again.
I think maybe I figured this out. Let's go back. And then we'll talk about Bloodsport, because this is a subject very dear to my heart. Rook d7. Takes. Rook b5. Rook b7. Knight a5, maybe?
Your point being, after I check,
I will make the only legal move.
Trick you.
Yeah, I will make the only legal move, and it will also turn out to be quite strong, because it seems like you're losing.
I can make draw with b4, maybe.
Yeah, you can make. Yeah,
I don't want that.
Definitely, but yeah, it's not ideal. After knight a5, you could postpone rook b8 check for a while, like by playing c4 or a4. Maybe a4 is quite strong here, actually. Because I tried calculating c4, but it doesn't give anything. a4, my apologies, on the other hand, might be very decent. Rook b3, king c2.
Oh, tactics.
Bishop d8. Don't see anything stronger.
No, thinking of takes makes a draw, but I don't think it does.
Knight c4.
What? Knight c4?
That's what I came up with. I don't know if it's any good, but that's what I came up with.
Spectacular.
Might still be a draw though. Like I
Probably.
take, I go king d7. You have to take with a knight on b7. I take, I play a5. I suspect this is a draw, but obviously, and let's get those jokes out of the way. I would resign in this position against Kramnik in particular, but I think objectively this is actually very close to a position in which I resigned against Kramnik, and I shouldn't have, and Hikaru won't.
I don't think he's a premature resigner.
Nope. And we will glide past what you just said about me. We're gliding past it.
I didn't mean... I don't even know what we're talking about. Oh, we're talking about the Mentalist in the chat. That is spectacular. Jan looks exactly like the guy from the Mentalist. No, we've had that topic, I wish, but Simon Baker is more handsome than me. Let's be honest. That's why Pramod enjoys watching the Mentalist more than he enjoys watching this program. It's very sad.
Yeah, and hello Jan, the other Jan. Smets.
Oh, Smates is here.
Yeah, Smets is suggesting
Smates
a4.
is talking chess.
Yeah, and that would be the next step in this setup. We were trying to figure out if Rook d7 wins. So please don't criticize us too harshly for that, Smets. But a4 does make a lot of sense. Obviously, it reinforces the threat of a Rook d7 because Rook b5 will not be a move. And
Also, Smates, be honest with me. Did you think of a4 yourself, or is your supercomputer suggesting this move? You can tell us. We won't think any less of you.
But also, now that the Rook left the 8th, Bishop c5 becomes a move. Because on the previous move, Bishop takes e6 followed by Rook d8 check would just win material. But here, yeah, knight d7 is clever, but are you winning that endgame?
I don't know, which endgame? After Bishop e3?
Yeah, Bishop e3.
Probably not.
Well, you're actually probably winning the h-pawn, so it's...
Some chances.
No, Bishop f3, knight d4 would be a very painful blunder. Let's show this. This is knight geometry. This is a very, very nice double pin. King b1 probably still saves the game though, regrettably, because knight f3, rook d3 is bad. Well, not bad, but kind of not good.
Dr. Sausage is saying, yeah, JCVD is still cranking them out. A buddy edited some of his straight-to-video releases.
Oh.
A buddy of JCVD or a buddy of Dr. Sausage?
Probably a buddy of Dr. Sausage from context. So. Yeah, nice to have those buddies because you can probably get...
Imagine if you're the first to see the new straight-to-video Jean-Claude Van Damme film before it shows up on video.
Yeah, that would be an honor not to be forgotten in a hurry. And now we can, we could of course engage in a 5-minute discussion of just how great of a movie Bloodsport is, but then we will get about a wall of back to chess comments, so perhaps we should postpone this for.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about Bloodsport. Especially the first 10 minutes, where they have this kid that can barely speak a complete sentence, and then they want us to believe that that kid grows up to be Jean-Claude Van Damme that kicks everybody. I find that very hard to believe. Do you remember that opening sequence? It's like a flashback where he has his buddy, and then something happens to his buddy, and he's a very awkward kid. Then next scene, he's Jean-Claude Van Damme.
You don't find it plausible?
No.
Okay.
Everything else made perfect sense to me, especially the scenes where Forrest Whitaker chases him around town and he keeps running away, well, mildly mocking Forrest Whitaker. But let's stick to chess, my apologies.
Knight a8 played by...
Well, that's just repeating once, right?
Yeah, I think he's just gaining time. I don't think he will repeat again. Although maybe, yeah, but that would be extremely surprising if he felt he has nothing at all here. Rook c8 already played because it's the only legal move in the position. Knight b6 will be played for...
Could you make a case for Rook d8?
Hang on a second, hang on.
I'm hanging. You want Rook d7
yeah,
or some craziness?
I want Rook d7.
Ah, that could be his point. And played already. Cute.
Rook 8, rook b7, rook c5, rook c7, or here bishop takes c6. And white emerges a full pawn up.
You don't want that endgame against Kramnik.
No.
Nice trick.
Yeah, very nice trick and very easy to miss as well because well, seemingly white had this option earlier and did not go for it. So black, I think, generally assumes that since white made a number of waiting moves previously, there's nothing happening on the queen side that wins any material immediately, but apparently not true.
Where's Smets? Smets just weighed in with 25 A4 exclamation mark and then he disappeared. That's very upsetting. I think Eric is still around. But Smets? Smets is more of a one-comment pony. Where are you, Smets?
Come back to us.
Smets, another great chess talent that was lost to serious career. Used to be a 2680 player. And people were calling him the great Dutch white hope. But then I think he's doing smart stuff, like with numbers. He's a bit of a numbers wizard, like Hikaru would know. There's some algo trading. What are you doing, Smets? Where are you? Nick Tophilia saying, Jan is to Germany what Pramod is to India. Thanks, Nick Tophilia. I don't know what that means, but it did make me laugh. Smets made a second comment, I'm being informed. Where's the second Smets comment? Can I filter the chat for Smets?
You can probably use the... Whoa.
Smets says, thought of it myself, always looking for A4, B4 in Sicilian endgames. I believe him.
Yeah, we believe him. He's a very trustworthy person.
He is actually.
I wasn't being...
I would send Smets if I had $1 million. Actually, I wouldn't give it to Smets, but if I had to choose between Smets and somebody else, less trustworthy than Smets, to bring that $1 million from A to B, then I would choose Smets.
So you're saying that... I think this is a very nice segue from discussing Jean-Claude Van Damme, when we can now discuss Jason Statham for a while, right?
You mean as a transporter? Does
Yeah.
Smets have to drive the car with my $1 million?
Well,
I'm not sure
would be...
if that's my choice. I meant more like if we had to transport it on foot. I have to admit, I'm not an expert on the
And just
transporter franchise.
before people get very alarmed, King e5 has not been played in that position. The kings were placed in the center, and the Digity software is still very, very susceptible to that bug.
First of all, how dare they make a draw here? No draw offers in that tournament. You need to repeat the position 3 times, which you could easily do, like this. Anyway, I'm sure the arbiters won't give them a hard time, and a draw has been agreed here.
Yeah, so 2 down, 3 to go.
Yep. Let's check in with Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, we got d4 queen d6 correct when we were speaking about the previous position. And queen b2 is, apologies, somewhat of a mysterious move, but maybe Magnus is looking perhaps to fight for the a file in some cases, and also c3, c4 might be something he wants to play in the future if allowed.
But let's be clear, if anybody's better in this position, it's Giri, right? He has the a-file, he has the slightly healthier king. And
Well, I'm wondering about g4, knight e4, queen d5, and where I was trying to figure out where this knight goes. It's a bit awkward.
it does not refute my thesis.
Maybe knight c5, because b6 you have knight a6, but there's rook a2, which I did not spot originally. That's probably an unpleasant move to face here. Although after queen b1 you might lose that rook.
Not a brazen attacking player like yours truly. I'm gonna give that rook before I lose it.
This is actually like mate in 5 or something.
Yeah, this looks pretty good.
It is mate with checks, which is, yeah, generally will be pretty good, yeah. Very nicely spotted, Jan. Yeah, so knight c5 is just not a move. But then black is just doing fantastically well, no?
Yes.
Maybe d4 knight c4 is what he wants to play.
Oh.
But after queen e6, I don't like this for white. This knight will get, it gets all the way to f2, and then black continues. Like knight e5, knight e5, f6. It has to go to g4, it's the only square. I play h5, it goes to f2. I play rook a2 first, then I play knight f5, h4. I mean, this is fantastic for black.
Is it so bad?
Maybe rook a2 was not the most precise move in the position. Maybe let's go knight f5 immediately, place it on g3, and then resume that dialogue.
Or instead of h5, I could also leave it there where it's not doing much and go. I don't know.
And knight e4, queen d5 is already on the board.
Knight e4, queen d5 played, so what does Magnus want here?
It's unclear.
Knight fd2?
Maybe knight fg2, but...
even cb was...
Yeah, but here we can take this pawn and continue from there. And we actually had this discussion very, very early, before I think even the moves started coming in. You said that your prediction for this game is 1-0, but if you were to hedge, it wouldn't be to a draw.
Yeah, I said 0-1 would not surprise me greatly, because Magnus will push very hard, and Anish is very, very solid.
Yeah. And currently it does seem like this scenario, we're not saying this position is horrible for white. White probably still equalizes with correct play, but yeah, this is not looking particularly great for Magnus at all. Like after cb5, rook b1, we can play knight f5. I mean, white has enough weaknesses here to keep black interested. This is not a very solid pawn structure that Magnus is sporting here. No, this is... I have a feeling that maybe he missed rook a2, rook g2, but he will spot it now. He will not blunder it in the game, But yeah, my feeling is his plan was to go knight c5.
Can you do something here?
But it just rook takes b2 and I take on d5, and yeah, once again, maybe you make a draw, but...
Maybe not.
But maybe not, yeah.
Knight d5, huh?
Yeah, it's not a comfortable draw by any means. Yeah, everything comes in and every single pawn is hanging on the queen side as well. Yeah, no, this is not great for white. I don't know, maybe something like queen b1, but once again, c takes b5, and what do you want? You're a pawn down, and...
Yeah, and you don't have
a shred
positional compensation. Your king is weak. No, this is bad news. And it's a bit of a, once again, Captain Hindsight here, but feels like it's a bit of a worrying trend for Magnus that he does not respond as well to losses or to disappointments as he used to. Like in Vaikanze, after he missed this forced mate against Giri, next round he went on to lose to Rapport without really putting up much of a fight, just self-destructing. And today, if things go wrong for him here, that would be really, really bad news.
Yeah, that would be extremely unpleasant. If he were, I mean, he'll be disappointed with the draw as well, or at least he definitely would be disappointed with it before the game starts. But
from this position,
yeah,
probably
from
not
this
anymore.
position, not anymore. I think here he realizes that things have gone a bit pear-shaped, and it's time to sort of get yourself together, find the best way to limit the damage, and yeah.
And witty comment by Chess Tim F says Giri may have spotted the hammer now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true, despite Magnus's poor form in this tournament so far. But it's a well played, Chess Tim F. Well played. Credit where credit is due.
The other exciting game is Kramnik Nakamura, where I also predicted 1-0.
Yeah.
Which looks like a better shot than Magnus's 1-0 prediction currently.
Although it's not immediately obvious what white should do here. I mean, you can win the a6 pawn, but then rook a8 looks very, very strong.
If I go knight b6...
Ah, yeah, sorry, that's what I was, I think, planning to do originally.
Rook b8, yeah?
Or rook d8 even. I'm not sure. Let's go with rook b8 first. Let's see if we can refute this.
Tricks don't work, rook b7, rook g2.
Yeah, you can put it on better score. I mean, you can play bishop e4 maybe, and hope for f5. Although f5 might not be so horrible either. But here I wanted to take and go knight c4 and pretend that maybe one day it lands on e5 and black regrets some of his life choices. But even rook e2 after bishop e4. Like, the rook can continue chasing this piece forever, pretty much.
Ever?
No, actually not forever. Bishop h1 here might be strong, because rook h2, rook b7, you're no longer doing what you need to be doing. This is too slow.
Keep doing. Fuchsia is pointing out it's opposite colored knights. Not currently.
Yeah.
But knights are like the shapeshifters of the chess world. They can...
Which is why there was a game in my childhood in which there was a piece called the giraffe. Which there was a light square giraffe on b1 and a dark square giraffe on g1, because they went three forward, one to the side. Like from g1 you could go to h4, f4 and d2. And arguably the light square giraffe can mate in two without any other piece by playing giraffe a4 and then giraffe d5 mate. But also in that game pawns take forward, so d7 takes d5 as a reply to that gambit. And on that I will stop discussing this fantastic chess variant.
Does sound great.
Knight e2 played by Magnus as expected, but well,
Yeah,
not
you
exactly.
won't be thrilled. But CB, rook b1.
Yeah, this looks better because knight f5 now will be met by e4. So that's, I think, a lot more sensible than.
Still not a fun
Hang
position.
on a second. If I go e4 here first.
That's what I was wondering. I wanted to take first to rule out any c4s.
Yeah.
Because here I thought you might throw this in.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although, I mean, even this position, like in queen e6, you have to go knight h2. I go, I don't know, knight h4.
Maybe we go all positional pawn sacrifice, but we don't really have anything.
Well, if you don't get c5, which you won't, because I will play queen b6 or queen d6 or somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, it's just bad. Okay, takes.
Yeah, queen d6 probably
Queen
more
D6.
precise to recapture with the queen, yeah. Why am I giving away my extra pawns there is unclear.
Yeah, this doesn't look great, because there's also all these latent checkmates.
Yeah.
So...
No, I think we are reasonably confident that Magnus is simply worse here. And also c takes b5, nobody really cancelled c takes b5 in the current position.
No, I think you do that, and then against rook b1.
But maybe I start with
about
e4. Maybe I start with e4 to prevent this, because this does look horrible. You go e4, you go queen c6, I suspect, or somewhere, yeah. And I go
here.
I go rook b1 here.
Targets.
But here, no, this is groveling. It might be successful groveling. Like here, maybe I can play queen b5, queen c3, d5, and claim that b7 is very weak.
King is very weak.
Well, the knight on e7 is very dead.
That's true.
Yeah. With both knights active, I would get mated simply with white here. But with one knight so passive and cut off from all the good squares, it's not going to be easy for black to give mate here. Might be tolerable. But obviously this is, black is playing for a win very, very seriously here. Might not win against best defense, but... So e4, yeah, queen c6, rook b1 looks natural.
We have other moves here, like, no.
Even knight f4 is not completely ridiculous. Queen e5, I mean knight e5, knight queen c3, but probably is a draw in the endgame.
Is it? How?
Takes, king of 2, rook b3. You get the feeling this will be a draw eventually, because once again the knight on e7 is very passive, and now white actually has his own trumps to look forward to, like the d pawn might run.
This I can believe.
And
Bram van Einatten believes that Karjakin might win also.
we were actually
Really
looking.
have to eat my
Yeah,
hat.
we were looking at this, and this was not particularly enjoyable from what we've seen, but we were mainly looking at knight f8, and knight f8, king e2 we were not really in awe of.
Wasn't there also rook c6? Oh no, not here.
No,
was
here rook
king
d8,
to
bishop
it.
c7 we couldn't make any progress, so we came up with the idea of just giving up. Not this pawn, this I think just loses to rook d8, we showed this. So you probably have to pick up on a2, but after king g3 and bishop f8 played instead. So this we haven't actually analyzed properly, because my assumption was something like knight e5 might just win, but it doesn't seem like it does, because black is in time with knight takes e5 and rook d5, and I don't get to the diagonal in time.
Nope.
But d6 probably forces black to play something like rook d5 or rook a6, yeah? Probably rook d5. But isn't knight e5... Ah, you have takes f6 once again. These are probably the only moves, but they currently seem to be holding-ish.
Are they holding-ish?
Well, you have to go to g3, it's a horrible square, and...
I don't want to go to g3.
Well, king f7, I think it comes to the same. You probably can win the b4 pawn, but it might be a draw after that.
So we might get one of these good old rook endgames?
Yeah, with the rook on a3, although with no weaknesses on the king side, it might still be... Let's show the good people what we're talking about, like rook b8. Black could have something like g5, f5 here, which is even stronger, which is a different subject. But even bishop d6 takes, rook b4, and here I don't know which is stronger. I should probably know, rook d1, rook a1, or rook a6, rook a3. Oh, rook a6, a4. Of course he put it behind the a pawn, yeah.
The a pawn's on a2 though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have no
No,
idea.
good winning.
Go here
Yeah, good
try
winning
to-
chances for white, but might not be horrible.
I don't know. I think it might be horrible.
Yeah, but I think the situation is critical enough that you might have to look for bailouts like this.
But here we couldn't fully make it work yet, right? Because rook b8,
Not yet.
g5 looked better.
Yeah, a lot better actually. Yeah. Followed by probably
Here,
f5.
f5.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this should
No, this
survive.
this does look like a draw actually.
Yeah.
So okay, let's go back to bishop f8 and consider other moves apart from d6. Let's not jump to conclusions just because d6 looks so promising. First of all, white has maybe not. I was going to say white has a different take on the same idea: rook d8, rook d5, king e2. And if black were forced to play something like if you imagine this position with the rooks gone and the white king on c4, it's close to winning, I think, for white, because the pawn on b4 will disappear.
Yep.
The king on g8 is just too passive.
But
But the thing is
that
yeah, but after f6, the king will struggle to get closer because it gets checked by the knight, and then the rook on d8 falls. And that's an issue for white, because you really need your king close. So you can play king e3 and king e4, but once again, after rook d6, there will be a threat of a check, so you will have to unpin black yourself. You have to play rook e8 here. Rook a8, I mean.
yeah, this feels like nothing.
It's still maybe ever so slightly better for white because of the difference in king activity, but it's not a ton, yeah.
Even my king is not
Yeah, it's not
so far off.
Not arguing.
So what else is there to do?
What are we missing? Fabi did take a very, very long time to play rook a5, bishop f8. So of course he realizes just how dangerous this is, and if he makes a slight miscalculation somewhere, his position will just collapse. But he must have come to the conclusion that he doesn't lose here, and if he doesn't lose, this is the best choice we've seen, because everything else looked a lot grimmer even than this. We'll be getting news about the Carlsen game, but we'll stick with this for a while, because I think it's important to try and figure out just how good Sergei's position is. Here we kind of know the evaluation.
Yep, trouble.
Black is pushing, but whether it's enough to win a game will become clearer later.
And here we still don't have any breakthrough. King e2 looks alright, but not more than that.
But yeah, takes f6, rook goes back to a5. The only reason white is not winning here is because the knight on f3 is not really participating in the game, which is why we were trying to play knight e5 here to exchange it for the d7 knight and to make progress. But neither of those two options, either here or after d6 rook d5, seems to be winning.
No. Probably Fabi will hold.
You can go bishop e5 here, but once again it's unclear what that improves compared to those other positions. f6, king f7, king e6 should be a draw.
This square is so stupid.
Yeah, and also the knight on f3. We keep on returning to this. These pieces are not great.
Alright, let's answer chat questions so you don't have to repeat them too often. Jan Peter, can you give odds for the following? Kramnik winning. That's
Let's
not unlikely.
revisit this position.
I'm gonna give you 50% for Kramnik winning. Cavs in 7, 1%. Fabiano losing, 27%. And Giri winning, that's 38%.
Yeah, I was going with 35 there. Yeah,
There you go.
don't really disagree with any of those.
Boom. Pramod NVS is saying, hello guys, how's Super Sunday going on?
Oh, super.
Pramod is a firm believer in Sunday Fun Day. So he went out, had some fun, and now he's tuning in for the chess. We were going for the Kramnik game?
Yeah, I think we should revisit this because this seems critical. You still feel like if Black can sort of avoid losing immediately, and in particular if he forces the trade on c6 without losing too much material on the queen side, there should be enough counterplay on the king side to at least create very serious technical difficulties for Vladimir.
But how's he gonna force it? Bishop e4 plate, the threat is either rook
Simply
b7
rook
or
b7,
knight b6
yeah,
followed by rook b7.
Yeah, probably the second one is even stronger. So rook e2 we were going bishop h1, yeah?
That was the point.
It looks a bit artificial, but it might just be very strong, yeah? No, but here rook d8. No. Yeah, here we go rook d8.
I'm sorry, earlier we had knight b6, rook b8 already. That is why. Let's switch to the cram cam. And instead of knight b6, can I take here? I guess I can't, right?
Well, rook h1, but maybe you go knight c7 check here and you claim you're better. And you probably are better, actually.
Rook h1, but...
Yeah.
Check,
I think knight c7 is actually quite strong, because you have to take, and then your knight has no good squares. I will pick up the a pawn, and then 3 will run. And yeah, this looks very dodgy for Black.
Yeah, don't disagree. This often happens if you end up with knight and bishop versus a rook and the rook is active. There's targets.
Yeah, and it's very, very important that the pair of rooks came off, because the same position with Black still having an active rook on h2 would be potentially quite playable. But with only the two light pieces against the rook, yeah, the rook is very often just very dominant.
Yeah, this looks almost resigns, doesn't it?
This does, but it's probably not completely forced.
Sure,
so
sure.
Shouldn't be. Yeah, no. This I quite liked for White, which is why I was suggesting knight c7 check there. Yeah, rook h2, bishop e4. Hikaru's been thinking here for a while.
And we're back. Hikaru is about to make a move. Which move will it be?
He does play rook e2, and I think bishop h1 will happen. And Magnus looks disgusted, frankly. We briefly saw Magnus on our screen there. He doesn't look...
He looks deflated, like really upset.
Yeah.
And it's no fun to look at such a position.
Yeah, he played king h1 instead of our move rook b1, which I'm not sure what prompted that. Maybe he wanted to sidestep some knight jumps. But now after rook c8, he has a very unenviable choice. It's probably still d5, queen c3, queen takes b5, to be honest. This still looks like maybe the best shot he has. But now, also after d5, Black might consider playing something like queen d7 and rook c5. Because in terms of queen takes e3, queen takes b5, I think maybe including king h1 and not moving the rook away from e3 is better for, you know, future protection against the Black attack on the king side, which is likely to be forthcoming. And he has played d5. I don't think he had much choice, because switching to a passive defense of the c3 pawn was just not a particularly attractive idea.
But is Anish supposed to take here now? I'm not sure. Queen c5, let's say.
Rook b1.
I don't know, somewhere here. Does your d pawn scare me? Scares me a bit. Let's see.
Yeah, queen f2 I did not see, but here maybe I can go rook f. Wow, rook f1 you'll play queen g3, yeah?
Queen e2.
Or queen e2. Queen e2 I can maybe continue chasing, but it gets to d3 and then it gets over.
Settle down somewhere.
Yeah, it gets awkward. Okay, let's take on b5 here.
Yeah, now jump.
Queen f1.
Ah, I missed queen f1.
So did I originally, but then I spotted that I'm not actually getting mated and became slightly more optimistic.
Okay, I'll take here first.
Queen e8 check.
Yeah, this is already too murky.
Queen takes f7, knight f4, I have to go rook g1, but I'm not getting mated yet, and... Am I? Maybe I am.
It's close. You don't have checks.
Maybe I am. Yeah, this is very strong. Well, I mean, none of this is remotely forced.
Obviously.
We're just discussing possibilities.
Getting a feel.
Yeah, queen c5 could be a very valuable option. And also...
Would also be nice to be able to take it nice and slow here. Bring this horsey.
Was about to mention that. If that happens, White just resigns. The position.
Knight on d6 is game over.
Yeah. It is 3 moves away, so White should be able to stop that from happening normally. But yeah, if that does appear, you know you lost.
I upset some people in Cleveland. They're saying, I'm not saying that I can be sure the Cavs will win in 7, but saying that there's only a 1% chance does not seem fair. Check whatever, ESPN, the BPI, what percentages it spits out. Bishop c6, bc6 on the board in Kramnik Naka.
Yeah, it's curious that he didn't play rook h, bishop h1, because he could have gone for this with the rook on h2. I don't really understand what he gained by doing it this way.
Also, why didn't he like this? Looked
Yeah,
so nice and warm and cuddly.
We liked it, yeah. It's unclear to me, but we'll see.
Unless there's something direct here.
Once
Maybe he
again,
just
yeah.
wants to take a
No,
pawn.
but then rook a8, I kind of mentioned that earlier. Because rook a8, it feels weird, but there's really no way to keep the a2 pawn alive, and suddenly black might be better.
Yeah, this doesn't work then. So what does he want?
However, because of that, knight c7 just feels completely stupid because it gets stuck there. I think if anything, it's probably knight b6 or rook a7. Yeah, rook a7 maybe. Yeah, rook a7 is definitely a contender. Bishop e3 check though. Yeah, that's someone who has a realistic approach to life. Shout out to Tony Rowe in chat. Yeah, rook a6, bishop f2. Might not be fast enough, but I'm trying at least. You have rook d3 here, and I might have to go rook d8 in reply. But if I start collecting the king side, the bishop will become very, very powerful.
I was taught in chess school that with pawns on both sides, bishop is superior to a horse in a race.
Yeah. And people are pointing out that after bishop h1, knight a5 was very strong, which could be the case.
You people!
I guess
Nice
with the
move.
idea of meeting knight b6, maybe even with rook takes c3, bishop a3 check, rook b2 check, and rook takes b6 with excellent compensation. Yeah, that does make sense to me. I'm not sure if that's forced or even required, because after knight b6 there are other ways. It's, rook b1 though. Oh no, rook b1 drops the rook on d7. So
Yeah.
drop it like it's hot.
Wow. Farrell is on your list of references?
It's not necessarily Farrell.
That's probably true. Nick Tophilia saying the bookies are giving about 8%. Alright, maybe 1%. Was a bit harsh.
Why have you never played the Berlin with black, asks a user in chat, and Jan has closed the chat window, so I can't really tell you the name of the user. I will be in a moment.
Okay,
I
can you answer the user?
Yeah, the user Filipino. The reason for that is somewhat stupid for someone who is calling himself a professional chess player. At some point I just gave myself a solemn vow that I will not, and I'm keeping that vow to myself. So That's the extent of it. I don't like what Anish has done. I think this gives white very, very serious drawing chances now. That's really weird that he's done that. Really don't understand that choice.
Okay, BPI still says Golden State has more than 99%, and Cleveland less than 1%. ESPN Forecast says it's 90-10. 538 says it's 98-2. PredictWise 95.5. Fan Panel 95.5. So yeah, 1% was a little harsh, but I wasn't that far off. And the PPI, I knew it said that. Anyway, enough about basketball betting. Yeah, Nate Silver gives it 2%. But 538 is historically always harsh on Cleveland.
No, there's developments in the what we called the game of the day originally. I really don't understand why Anish allowed this.
This is odd. This looks like back in business for White.
Yeah, this looks like it shouldn't really be all that horrible at all for White.
Is this Anish history repeating itself over and over again? Good position, draw. Gotta stop doing that, Anish. He's going for f5. It's not like he doesn't play hard, but it feels like White should survive now.
No, but this probably ends up being a draw.
That's what I'm saying.
Even if I just go like for the most stupidly simple way possible, like I take on b7. I guess you take. You can start with f4, but I will not take on c7. There I can take and play d6. You shouldn't do it. Yeah, that would be a mistake. So black recaptures on b7. We take, you play fe, we take on e4, you take on d5, we go rook b5. White is just not losing this position, I think.
It looks unlikely. Can we keep the extra pawn?
Maybe you can, but
should still be a draw.
Yeah. And I think, Magnus will feel very, very confident that he will hold this compared to those positions he could have gotten if Anish chose to keep the queens on. And also in the current position, I think you can go greedier. I think you can go ef5 actually, because I was worried about knight g3 check, but I think it's not a threat. I think black has to take, right? And then you take on b7. Why is white even worse?
Checking h2?
Yeah, take check in h2 because the queen will be traded, so e4 doesn't create any threats. I guess black takes, goes rook d8, and maybe we still have to be slightly careful, but if black has to work to win the d5 pawn, you feel like white should be able to sell it very dearly and just, I don't know, objectively just trade it off for the e5 pawn. Oh, I think Anish sold his position extremely short there.
Yeah, that is odd. Or, well, it's not out of character, yeah, that's the one thing we've been critical of, because it's not like he wants to make draws. He's fantastically prepared, he goes for sharp lines, he gets good positions, but he's not as efficient at converting an advantage as Magnus, Wesley So, Fabiano, Kramnik, or, well, his peers, frankly, are. Maxime.
Yeah, people telling me I should play the Berlin. This is slightly disturbing. Why do you want yet another Berlin player? Don't you have enough of those? It's not like I can't lay claim to playing an outlandishly freakish repertoire or anything, but people not playing the Berlin provide at least some variety, and here we are with like the entire chat telling me that I'm missing out on all the great fun I can be having. That's weird to me.
It's not the entire chat, I'm sure there's many people happy you don't play the Berlin.
Yeah, as for this endgame, it should be a draw, I feel.
Colin is shouldering some of the task of answering some of the Prama questions. Thanks, Colin. And Aura Chess, if history has shown anything, is that if you ask the same random question often enough in this chat, at some point it shall get answers. So let's answer Aura Chess's question. Dear Grandmasters, if you would have to make a list with the 5 best Sicilian openings, as you have to do every other day, which would those be? The answer is
Sicilian. No, I think it's Sicilian, and Sicilian. No?
Don't get it. Was it 4 times or 5?
I may have miscounted. And I'm picking up on some of your snarkiness there. It's unfair. what you should be asking is probably Sicilian variations, because the Sicilian is an opening, and all of those sublines of the Sicilians are not really openings. They are variations of the Sicilian. But yeah, you start with Najdorf. The second one would be probably on current standing the.
The thing is, we have to assume, to answer this question, that you get an open Sicilian, and if we assume that it is Najdorf, then Pelikan, or Sveshnikov, or whatever name you like for it. Taimanov, I'm not sure. Probably Taimanov is number 3, Khan is number 4, E6, A6, and Dragon or Rouser would compete for number 5. I'd go with Rouser, because Dragon, it's horrible opening.
Yeah, Rouser is very difficult to master, but it's not for nothing that Fabi played the Rouser in a must-win game against Karjakin in the final round of the candidates.
Rousers.
It does provide Black with maybe the best chances of avoiding forced theoretical draws.
Shaba saying, Mora to C3, 3 wing gambit for Moscow. I don't know what that is. 5 open. Fair enough.
Magnus played Queen B4. Things continue.
Magnus wants to win.
Things continue mystifying me, but yeah, I think he is just as surprised by Anish's choice as we are, and he's thinking, okay, this is now a position I should maybe consider creating questions for Black. Because yeah, the knight on e7 is so horrible. Why would you? It's just so weird that Anish allowed all this. They just play
here
any square. I mean, Queen d7, Rook b1, Rook c5 was also something you could have considered instead. There's plenty of options.
Really, this stuff, even if you lose the b5 pawn, you get the knight here and keep the queen on the board, it's gonna be trouble.
It's just and the position after f5 doesn't even look like Black should be better, to be honest. Very mystified.
A lot of Dragon experts weighing in the chat. People don't believe me on that topic, even though I keep telling them that is a topic I actually know something about. Knock yourself out. Mr. Dodgy is wondering, that's maybe a good question for you, what are your 7 favorite sub-variations of the Catalan?
Yeah, do they even have names?
I don't know. I would go 1 for bishop b4 check, 2 bishop e7 classical, 3 everything else. Or the other way around. Depending on my mood.
So what is... that's clever. Unsurprisingly, Vladi has found something pretty smart to play there.
Vladi is pretty sneaky in these technical positions where he's better, right?
Because we should show how this appeared. After knight 7 king f8, he played rook h1, which apparently forces Black to play bishop f6. I can believe that. And now he takes on a6, and he's freed the b4 square for the knight.
If here, bishop g7, yeah?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he's already taken on a6.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, and after rook a8, it's knight b4. But yeah, I'm still curious as to what he wants to do here. Because if you allow Black to take on a2, hang on, rook h7, yeah, bishop g7, knight c6, and knight g8 is a mate. But king g8 instead.
When? After rook h7?
No, bishop g7. Knight c6, king g8, rook h1, rook a2. Well, you don't have to put it on h1. It might actually be counterproductive to put it on h1 because it will be hanging there.
The idea remains the same.
Yeah, because I don't think rook d8, knight of bishop f8 is made for. I think Black survives this. And then I got my setup on the queen side. I'm threatening rook a1 mate. This is not a joke. This is not a drill.
Yeah, it doesn't look ideal.
Maybe instead of rook h7, he wants to go knight c. Yeah, rook a8 played. We will see knight b4 because there's really. No, I hesitate to say there are no other moves because sometimes there are other moves, but here I don't see them. You can include rook h7, bishop g7 at any point, but I don't see what you gained. Yeah, but rook a2. The threats on the other side are just stronger, actually.
Too many enemy.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's not put the rook on h7. Let's go knight b4, and knight c2. And here, let's go rook h7 finally.
Still have this move.
Rook d8 check, rook b8, and rook bg8.
Beautiful.
And I'm doing it in this order because if I start with rook g8, I give you the bishop f6 chance. And here, the bishop is actually gone. And the knight on c2 is a useful piece in terms of stopping those checks. Yeah, this does seem to be very strong.
Fighting against two rooks, this dude.
So knight before c5 is already on the board. After knight c2, there... No, I wanted to say there's bishop takes c3, but it doesn't work because there's rook d2 in the end there. I have a feeling this is what he is planning.
Gababne is saying, I don't know how Peter and Jan withhold some people in chat. What does withhold mean there?
He probably means withstand. And it comes with years and years of experience. And by years, I mean hours. Knight d3 is also a move, but I like knight c2 better.
Yeah, there's knight on c2. It's covering a lot of squares.
Because after knight d3, I'm wondering if bishop takes c3 is actually a move. bc, I take on a2, then
What's
I place...
the point after rook a2, king b1 or something?
Yeah, I drive it away, and then I go rook h7 and something, I don't know. But bishop c3, you probably have to take now. Because leaving this monster alive is risky. I go rook a2, and after king b1, I go c4. And I claim that... No, knight b4, I will not have a perpetual, because you take away the c2 square.
Yeah, this looks funny.
Yeah, this is not working. So knight d3 is also a move. But knight c2 does look very, very serious.
Looked tidier.
Yeah. Knight d3. Rook a2, king b1. Yeah, knight d3 played actually. Well, he is just going after the c5 pawn if nothing else. So I can definitely understand why he thinks this is good. If the rook has to go back here, your knight e5. No, knight e5 is maybe a bit vague. But rook c7.
Dumbest move is this, yeah.
Yeah, rook c7 for the time being is quite good. Yeah. Yeah, this is not going to be particularly enjoyable for Hikaru.
Nope, especially knowing who you're dealing with. Not that it's enjoyable against any participant in this tournament.
Yeah.
Kramnik is excellent in endgames where he's better.
Peter, have you considered switching to playing 1d4? I have been playing, I think, more closed openings than 1e4 in the last 2 years. So I have definitely considered it, yes.
But then again, time to win now too, says d4 is refuted. So maybe c4.
Have I considered playing 1c4? Let's see.
And Pramod NVS points out, viewers tend to amuse in ways people can't imagine in the chat.
Some punctuation is needed there, but or perhaps more words. But yeah, the general point is, I think, very well made.
I didn't get the general point.
People in the chat can't even imagine just how amused we are by chat, is what Pramod is saying. But you need to...
Who's viewers?
Or, yeah, viewers cannot imagine just how amused we are by what chat is telling us.
Viewers tend to amuse in ways people can't imagine in the chat. We're not included in that statement.
We are an overriding presence in everything Pramod says. Forgetting about us...
I don't think so.
No, this I am very, I'm very confident stating that.
Okay.
We can be assumed as part of whatever Pramod is saying.
I don't know. I feel Pramod has a rich life outside of Chess24. And he has many references that have nothing to do with us, like TV shows.
Yes, Rook A8 played. I wonder why he chose that square, because now...
So he doesn't get mated here.
Knight e5 becomes a topic, but I guess he wants to take and go king g7 there. Yeah, rook f1, rook f8. This is not that clear.
Looks fine for black. How did we get here? Rook a8 is the move.
Yeah. Can we take on c5?
Queens is the counter.
Knight b7 maybe.
Knight b7.
Why not? Well, also rook b7, but after rook b7, I think black takes, go rook h3, very good drawing chances.
This thing again, where all of a sudden the bishop is good.
I called it rook h3, but I meant you play rook
I
g2,
gotcha.
forcing rook h3, and then e5, g5. Well, start lengthening the diagonals for a bishop.
Even though we still have a pawn.
Yeah, not an immediate draw, but you feel like black might get there in the end.
Yep. Could very well be.
Let's return to Magnus's game for a second, because I do feel that queen b4 is an attempt to play for a win, and it might not be a bad one.
Is this game over? Or is this... this is the MVL cam. MVL MC.
Yeah, so, and also it might be time to bring up the clock topic, because... No, not really. 13 against 14 for 10 and 9 moves respectively. Yeah, that's not a problem. But yeah, Anish managed to put himself in a situation where you can start imagining lines in which white is better.
Especially against Magnus. If there's one thing we know about Magnus is he's not shy switching to playing for a win, even from a bad position.
Yeah.
Rook d8, knight c4. Ugh.
Yeah, but Magnus immediately spotted just how awkward this knight on e7 is. Not that it was...
But we all spotted that. Like, kudos to him for knight queen b4, but that Anish would allow this from this position is still beyond belief.
I don't really understand how this happened. Yeah, just like I really like your queen c5, queen going towards active pieces idea, and yeah. Oh, sorry, pieces, active squares. I keep on misnaming things today.
And here.
No, here already, like, something has gone wrong. I mean, you can play rook b8, and at least you are maybe hinting you will play knight c8 next move, which would be
queen e8.
Yeah, which would actually be my choice. Like knight c4, knight c8. I couldn't refute this.
Check knight f8.
Yeah. King h7, I thought, and knight d6 against anything. Although there is queen there is. Please don't. Seriously, this. He took on e4. After some thought in the current position, Anish took on e4. We go d6. He has to play something that doesn't create a threat of queen trades, because then d7 would win, so queen somewhere. Knight c6 is a move, but even dc, knight b4, knight e4 is quite strong. No, that is...
Sorry, which position?
I was wondering if he wants to go knight c6, but so many things are quite strong against it, like queen check, queen takes f7, check, rook takes b7, check, knight takes c4. You might actually lose this endgame. No, I think queen just goes somewhere. Let's pick a square. This is not good. Pick a square. I'll leave this honor to you. Knight takes c4. Oh, black is, I think, legitimately worse here.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. Anish just auto-destructed from a fantastic position, it feels like.
It felt like he was trying to equalize a position in which he was much better.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's not really something you should be doing. It's maybe queen c6 is strong. Maybe he wants to go queen c6. I don't like queen d7. Let's play queen c6, knight e4, knight f5. Should go after this d pawn as early as possible, I feel. You can still take on b7 though, but let's say we take, we go rook d8. This probably is a draw.
Fighting for a draw. Sad.
But yeah, king f7, knight c5 or something, or... Yeah, well, black probably gets there, but... That's a remarkable turnaround in a position which was better for him and also completely safe.
Do you get there? Okay, it's only one enemy.
Probably, guy, because knight on f3 once again is just so far away. King e7, and how do you ever create any? Knight d6.
Yeah.
But yeah, not really enjoying this. Not really enjoying this a great deal. Yeah, I understand why you would be curious, but I do get the feeling that black gets here, gets there in the end. But yeah.
We'll see how it goes. The trend is not Anish's friend here, because he turned it from an advantage into must be precise to survive.
Yeah, the whole sequence just is completely mystifying. If you wanted to go for this f5 break, you let's say you could play queen c5 on move 28. Yeah, rook b1. Let's go back for a second there. Even let's say even if you think this is your best idea, d5 on move 28. Queen c5, rook b1, play f5 here.
Sure.
This is like a number of tempi ahead compared to the game. No? Probably not winning, but completely comfortable for black. Just do not understand. Somewhat at a loss for words. I really don't understand what's happening. Anyway, current position. Anish is down to 11 minutes for 9 moves.
Yeah, no real time trouble because they're at move 32, but not a lot of time to calculate either.
Apparently knight d5 is a lot stronger than knight c6 here.
Here, yeah?
Yeah.
Not to allow any checks, that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
Yep, let's see if Anish can come up with this. There's been a bunch of questions.
And he does play knight d5. Okay,
Right.
that, you know, he is still a very strong player. I think he's just taken a basically one very weird decision where I don't know if he miscalculated something or if he just didn't kind of properly calibrate for how good his position was suddenly.
That feels more likely. It's not like
Yeah.
he missed some direct move. Here he's at least safe.
Yeah,
maybe
he's
better. even.
yeah, I think he is better. No, I think you take on c7. I think the easiest way to draw here is to take on c7, take on b4, take on b7.
F2 doesn't really get us anywhere, does it?
F2 rook b8, knight e7, and just g4, and go after the pawns of g3. Yeah, and knight c4 here.
We might win.
Well, e5, e4, e3 was slightly cooperative. Just go king f7 there.
I understand.
I think that's the safest. And this is 7 already played by Magnus. Yeah, after knight takes b4, knight e4, knight d5 is what I originally missed. There, black might actually end up retaining his extra pawn, which would be unnecessary. Yeah, Magnus sees what he should be going for here. Maybe fg2 is stronger than f2. It actually definitely is stronger than... Hang on, maybe not. Probably leads to 2 against 1. The kind of 2 against 1 I recently had against Kramnik. fg2 here. Well, actually, maybe king g1 is winning. Yeah, king g2 I play king, well, h7, and then knight f4 check, and the knight runs. Yeah, what about this? Because I'm kind of threatening knight c4, knight b6 here, among other things. This feels unnecessary for black, let's put it like this.
Yep. So what do we do? Knight 4 rook
Knight 4 would be
b8
resigns, yeah, that would be a mistake. No, I think f2 is a draw, or knight f8, but you don't threaten knight e6. Why would you do this? Knight c4? Oh no, knight c4, f2, gf maybe? No, but gf you play king h7 and then knight e6, or king f7 actually, yeah. King h7, yeah. Do a sidestep the checks. And if I go knight takes f3, no, but yeah, I think like by doing all this you're trying to lose here. King f7, knight c4, you also resign. Because I threaten a check. No, I suspect f2 might be the only clear draw here.
That would be weird. Is this a clear draw?
g3 or something? No, but king f7, king e6.
Yeah, no.
No, but now knight c4 once again. We sort of
same old.
Although here black has rook f8, maybe black is in time here. But it does feel like f2 might be the only clean way to make a draw now. It's just the whole thing is very difficult to understand.
Let's stick with it for a second, then we will get to the rook endgame, which we've been neglecting. My apologies. This is a theoretical draw, and I think Fabian will match.
Sure, yeah. Well, black has the absolute best setup there, and he already is starting some counterplay on the king side. Just to briefly touch on that. Yeah. It will not even be a particularly difficult draw to make, I think.
So yeah, we will continue to look at this position. Before we get to Pramod's question, do players discuss the temperature of the playing hall with the organizers?
It's not as weird a question as you would think. I have actually had tournaments where it was a topic of discussion. I remember my first ever round robin in China. I think it's very much part of the. I've seen this in other places in Asia as well, that they feel it will be very comfortable if it's very warm. So the setting originally in the playing hall, we actually looked at what the AC setting was. It was set to like 32 degrees. And we were supposed to wear this formal Chinese wear. We were given those Chinese suits to wear. So no t-shirts. And like 32 to 35 degrees in the playing hall wearing sort of formal dress is not much fun. And we spoke to the organizers, and it was toned down to about 27, which wasn't cold, but was manageable.
Still feels warm.
Yeah, it never really became cold in the playing hall that year. That was in those Nanjing tournaments ages ago.
I've been to Nanjing. Yeah, in Thailand it's different. There everything is very cold.
Yeah, he has played F2. Magnus blitzes out G3.
Magnus has thought about this.
Yeah, but you get the feeling that Knight of 8 followed by but you found this rook B8. How do you make a draw for sure here? This is weird. There should be a draw. Okay, you go 97
here,
or King H7 and then 97. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, King G2, King H7 and 95. Yeah, that holds.
Mm-hmm.
That holds.
Just in time.
Yeah, Knight C4, Knight G5, and every single pawn gets obliterated. Probably not 95 because after Rook F8 you might regret this. But yeah, this is okay, and this is not impossible. I mean, not even difficult to find, frankly. This will happen.
So yeah, draw. Probably neither side can be very disappointed because Magnus was worse, frankly, and Anish going into the game, draw with black against the world champion is not a bad result.
No,
not a strange game.
Yeah, not the best game they will have played in their lives. And King F7, E7 we kind of discussed. The problem is you cannot really reach D7 there because Knight C4 creates a threat of... that's not true because you can go King D7, Knight B6 check, King C6. So you can actually do this as well.
True that.
Yeah, this actually maybe even arguably leaves black with some winning chances. Oh yeah, Knight E8 check or Knight F5. This is also a draw, of course. But in terms of absolutely securing, like that there are no surprises. You go King H7, Knight E7. I think that's the most ironclad option black has.
Yeah, if Anish, even if he burns all his time here, like once you decide on something,
he is down to 4 minutes, but yeah, there's only King H7.
H7 played.
Anish doesn't want to, like the idea of blundering something after Knight B6, King C6 doesn't appeal to him very much, and I can relate. Yeah, King G2, Knight E7. This will get wrapped up. He just needs to make sure not to go Knight F8 and blunder Rook B8, but he will not. What do you guys think about Jan Gustafsson? We like Jan Gustafsson.
I don't know. I'm not very fond of the guy, but yeah, that could be a problem. Thank you so much, De Henke. Smut says for the first time, I think Jan is right. It is a shirt. You mean Wesley's?
No, then Jan is wrong because Jan was arguing very strongly for it being a suit.
And it was a suit.
The mummy's rating is 17% and it's losing 2% every day.
So someone else gets to see it and review it and it drops? That's sad. I was gonna watch The Mummy.
No, you aren't.
That's true, that probably wasn't. But I heard Tom Cruise has a good movie coming out soon. Like where he acts and stuff. No, seriously. Made in America, I believe it's called. Because normally he runs and he does a lot of physical stuff, but he hasn't like been 90s actor Tom Cruise. But I hear in this Made in America he's gonna be trying.
Okay. I think we can move on from this. Anish.
From the Tom Cruise topic or from Anish's game?
No, Tom Cruise topic is very, very, what's it called? Rewarding. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Hot topic. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's the word you're looking for, but I think we both agree that it's not true.
Yeah, this also is not a very thrilling position.
This is equal because you generate enough counterplay. Once this dude tries to come over, you make a draw. So it shall be a draw. It's reasonably trivial for players of Fabi's level.
Yeah, even with the king on f3, this would probably be closer to a draw than to a white win. And with the king on e1, you really don't have much of a shot, I feel.
Well, you can always try to reshuffle the king towards f3.
Well, he decided not to. He actually had that option. It was on f1.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's not much to do here. I've won and lost these endgames due to ignorance and playing on, but at this level, I don't think there's much to do. King d1, Karjakin tries though.
Well, I think the point is rook f4 might be a win, yeah, because king e4, f5, and then you run.
f5 you can't take, and if you go here, who wins that race?
I have no idea. King d5. Seems like it's white, yeah.
Barely, but you.
But I mean, black is obviously not obliged to take by any means. He will just play g5. Also, it's move 41, so I mean, Fabi would not have fallen for this even on move 37 with 30 seconds on the clock. But you just play g5 by hand in this position. You don't need to think even.
G5 even stops any rook f4s.
No, at some point it became sort of a very official knowledge that in this endgames, black just needs to go for immediate. There's no point in waiting.
That's all you need to know. Go for f6, g5, and then you're fine. If you wait and like try to outsmart white, then it becomes some sort of race where sometimes white has
you can see on your screen they will call for an arbiter in a bit. So perhaps wait for
Anish or
in Anish's position it's a two against two knight ending and
let's see the handshake in glorious high definition.
Yeah, Magnus not bothering to call for an arbiter. And I think that's fair in a two against two knight endgame. And it would be interesting to hear what they're discussing because not every single decision in that game was like entirely obvious.
Yeah, that was.
I think we've seen
surprising
enough.
Game.
We've seen enough, and I'm sorry.
Right.
And perhaps revisit the Kramnik.
Vladdy?
Yeah. Svidler can play the mummy.
Is that an insult or a compliment?
I am not sure. It's probably not meant as a compliment, but it implies I can play anything somewhere or anywhere. And you know, I'm not a huge fan of my own acting abilities. So.
I've never seen you act. Did you like attend theater class in high school?
No, there was no such thing, so it was very difficult for me to attend it.
I did, but normally I had one of the non-speaking roles in the background.
No, that actually is not true because a St. Petersburg Grandmaster called Evgeny Solozhenkin, he was a budding filmmaker at one point in his career, and I played I had a cameo in one of his movies.
Boom. What was it called?
Do not know. Was not told, frankly. Was told to just walk past the camera. I was told later that even that I did so woodenly that I will never be employed in that capacity ever again.
Sorry to hear that.
It was fine with me, frankly.
Do you believe that Vladimir Kramnik can win this endgame against Hikaru Nakamura, which reached the position we discussed?
He needs to take on g5 because g4 is a huge threat.
Knight d6?
G4.
Bishop
g7 and f5. You're kind of trying to lose here.
I normally try to. Yeah, king j8 or whatnot. Yeah, this doesn't look
even. Yeah, fg I guess black takes... No, I think with this rook on h3, it's extremely unlikely white wins.
And I am like a proud father, because Pramod says, did anyone watch The Handmaid's Tale? It has 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So Pramod took my advice to heart. Check the ratings. And it's supposed to be excellent.
Yeah, supposed to be very good.
I have not watched it, but this is the first TV show you've ever mentioned in the chat, Pramod. So congratulations. First good TV show.
Okay. No, I think with the rook on h3, it's extremely unlikely white wins this. The black counterplay will be so fast here. Like,
push it.
Yeah, just
push it.
Start pushing it straight away. He plays knight c5, but let's say we go... even the immediate... Oh no, e5 would be a blunder, but let's say let's go bishop e3. You play knight d3, I guess. I'm kind of allowing g4 next move. Maybe this is not the best square. Maybe bishop e7 is the cleanest. I don't know if I should be forcing you to play b4. b4 might not be a stupid move. But but then we take and go king e6. Yeah, well, with this king on b1, yeah, this is never ever a problem for black. And my point was, I'm hoping to play bishop d6, and if you go knight e4, I'm very happy to play f5. Yeah, I quite like bishop e7 currently. I think it might be a decent option. White could go for like races, like rook h8 check, king g7, rook c8, rook takes g3, b4.
You're not a favorite in races against the bishop normally, no?
But
you have a bit of a head start.
But yeah, black should be completely fine here. Although you do need to be careful, and starting to push your pawns here is slightly challenging here for black.
Yeah,
but yeah, rook takes c3 is a draw. Rook takes c3 is a draw. That's kind of important. And bishop e7 played by Hikaru, so yeah, this is a dead draw, obviously. Bishop e7 played, and they made the time control, I believe, with this move. Vladimir will have a chance to pause properly and think about his options.
Yep, that gives us time to address the topic brought up by P3 Gans. Sorry if I mispronounced that, which I probably did. Jan and Peter, in your opinion, is it a bit unusual that so far through 5 rounds of this tournament, collectively the top 4 players in the world, Carlsen, Kramnik, so Caruana, have only produced 1 win, and Magnus actually lost once, so the entire group is at +0 for the tournament. Thoughts?
Somewhat unusual, but they aren't playing in a simul, you know. I mean, they're not giving a simul.
Or an open.
Yeah. It's they are playing. Yes, they are the top 4, but the gap has closed down significantly, and they are playing against this pretty much the 6 next best players in the world, and
Anish.
So harsh. That would be 5 and Anish. That doesn't even make sense mathematically, and it's also completely unfair. We love you, Anish. Probably that's an overstatement, but okay.
I am trolling. I was referring to the fact they invited the top 10 when they sent out the invitations, but since then the top 10 has changed a little bit. Shahmamedyarov made it into the top 10, and I believe currently Dingliren is
also, yeah.
Karjakin and Anish are out. But even Magnus himself stated recently, and I agree because I'm a big fan, that Anish should be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Not that I want to make the choice who we kick out.
It's his natural habitat.
Oh, Vichy is currently out of the top 10.
No, but that's already with the results of this tournament.
Yeah, not before the tournament, but currently.
Yeah, but
Karjakin's back in.
But he did lose 2 games, which costs a ton in the...
Karjakin made 4 draws, 5 impending, so he's winning some rating.
Not a lot, but he's winning some, yeah. So yeah, to answer your question, it's a fair question, but on the other hand, this is arguably the strongest tournament, not only of the year, but those metrics are always obviously very difficult because there is the creeping inflation and so on, but arguably maybe the strongest 10-man tournament in the history of 10-man tournaments. So yeah, it's possible not to start well in a field like this.
Yeah, margins are so small. At least this side of Magnus, and Magnus recently has not really been dominating these fields either. So not terribly surprising.
Yeah, and Shaho says, not having watched chess in a while, this is pretty disappointing. Almost instant draws on all boards. First of all, not really. I think that's unfair. There's first of all 2 games still ongoing, and the Magnus's game against Anish, it was not a perfect game by any means, but there was a fight there. Black was better. Variation fluctuated quite seriously, and but yeah, it still doesn't detract from the point that you would have been a lot happier yesterday, Shaho.
Where have you been, Shachu? What are you up to?
Yeah,
Are you out there partying? And where are you, Freiburg? He's somewhere in the south of Germany. That much we know about Shachu. I think he used to be a student, but maybe he finished studying and now he entered the cold, harsh world of, I don't know, sitting around in an office, so he can't watch as much chess. Yesterday was a good day for chess.
Yeah, yesterday you definitely would have enjoyed what you were watching, and yeah, today is a lot quieter. No two words about it.
Which, yeah, is a bit chance, but also sometimes I don't think the players do it on purpose. But after a huge fight in pretty much every game yesterday, they lost so much energy that today it's not that surprising that not everybody is sitting there. Well, Karjakin, he's going to sit there for 7 hours every day, but it's normally going to be some drawn endgame. We are used to that picture. All games over, Karjakin
Today, at least he is the one pushing, because normally that's also a bit harsh. But you generally see more of these games with Sergei on the defending side of endgames like this.
That is true.
Any discussion on Nadal? He won Roland Garros without losing a set. Oh, good tennis player. His surface. What is there to say?
I know nothing about Nadal. I know he's from Mallorca. I've been to his hometown. I know his right arm is a lot bigger than his left arm.
And bigger than any of my legs. So
I don't think that is true.
But that's how it looks like. But yeah, frankly not my favorite tennis player, but an absolute giant of the game, and probably played a decent tournament, judging by that description. So, yeah, congrats to him.
I don't follow much tennis.
Will you celebrate if England win their first ICC trophy? That's actually, I think, factually incorrect, because England have won the 2020 ones. It will not be their first ever trophy. It will be the first ICC Champions Trophy they win, if they win. I will be happy, but one dayers, meh.
Tex-Mex is asking, any thoughts on Walter Brown? I've never met the man. I've heard stories mainly from Yasser Sairavan, but also from some other Americans that hold him in very high regard. I was planning to read his book. I think it's called The Stress of Chess. Haven't done it yet, but I know nothing. Maybe you've met him.
No, I haven't. I've read a bit about him, I believe, because I think he was also an exceptionally strong poker player, and there were some stories published about him on specialized poker sites even after his death. And by all accounts, he was a very, very gifted man and a very interesting person. But I've never met him. Generational gap is a bit too big.
What's Pramod talking about? This cricket stuff? T20 WC in West Indies, right? Forgot.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. You don't really need to.
No, of course. Is this the last time that England won the ICC?
Yeah. Okay. Let's settle it. Yeah, that is close enough.
What did I say wrong?
It's difficult to win the ICC. The ICC is the International Cricket Council. You don't really win it.
You just hang out?
Yeah, pretty much.
So England has never won it because it's difficult to win it.
Yeah, it's difficult to win it because it's not a competition, it's an organization. You don't really win an organization.
But I'm sure they have some competitions.
They do have some
England has never won.
They have won once, yeah.
And will they win again this year?
They are supposed to be the bookies' favorites, but
don't they normally break your heart by not winning anything?
That's what generally happens, yes.
Why are you rooting for England and not the West Indies?
West Indies would be, I think, a close second for my second
Really?
favorite team, but it's very difficult to support them these days. They are a very troubled collection of individuals, ruled by a very incompetent board.
Where are the West Indies?
The Caribbean?
Okay. West or East Caribbean?
Oh, a collection of islands.
All right, I've learned something. TexMax22 is saying, any recommendations on how to study the Boleslavsky structure? What is the Boleslavsky structure?
I assume he means bishop e2, e5 in all kinds of Sicilians.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
That would be my best guess. Study games of people who play this structure well.
Boleslavsky?
I think it became so ubiquitous these days that you can actually get away with studying games of, I don't know,
Nakamura?
Gelfand, Nakamura, MVL. Lots of players you can study who play it already have, with the received wisdom of what Boleslavsky was just beginning in those years. So you don't have, if you want, you can start at the beginning, but you don't have to. I think in general, if you want to study anything Neidorf related, just because of how long he's been doing it, just getting a collection of Boris's games and going through them would be, it will set you up very well. If that's the only source you ever get, I think it will set you up quite well.
What about Kasparov?
Sure. I don't know why I mentioned everybody but Kasparov, who is, and then yeah, that was probably a misstep, but I really like Boris's approach to the Neidorf. I think he's a great Neidorf player.
All right. And I'm being informed that Nadal is actually left-handed, so his left arm is bigger than his right arm. My apologies, but I knew that he had arms.
Nobody saw my thumbs up apparently because the cutoff is...
Because you don't have arms? 2 arms.
They're blurry though. That was a very, very blurry arm.
Don't we have forced deinterlace switched on? People will get very upset if we're not forcing the deinterlace.
I don't know. I do not know what that means.
You gotta force the deinterlace. Where's the force?
And is it deinterlaced?
I don't know. Keep aspect ratio. That's probably a good idea. Otherwise, you know, my head could look funny. Hands resize. No, I can't force it. What else could I possibly do? Color. I can always change the color code. Like now, this looks normal. I can always do this, which, yeah, looks normal too.
Yeah, I was wondering when this would have to start happening. Today is, seriously, it's... Are we at that stage already?
No, I'm just trying to force the deinterlace so your hand is not... Don't worry, I don't want to do
I think the
silly.
easiest way to make my hand non-blurry is to never show it again.
Effects, maybe. None? Shape file. I don't know stuff. My apologies for your... for the blurred hand movements. Yeah, this is unacceptable. I have very big hands. Very presidential hands. Fabi.
Why hasn't he played G5 yet?
I don't know. What's he doing? He must have a reason.
I'm very confused. Why hasn't he?
Is this bothering him possibly?
No.
Don't know why or what, frankly.
No. I mean, come on, Rook A3.
Yeah.
And then Rook A2 and Rook A3 when you go to G3. No, this is an immediate draw. It's a bit weird because instead of this, he went for the king to H6. Not that this necessarily loses or anything. It probably is still a comfortable draw for black. But I was so sure that you just play G5 at the earliest opportunity and you feel happy about it.
I was taught the same thing.
Maybe not here because, well,
No.
I mean, here it's
Even,
white to
yeah.
move, yeah. But after king e1 it would be maybe a slight mistake, because rook b5 check would pick up your pawns on the king side, which is...
Also, it has to be said that king e5, which he played, forced Karjakin to retrace his steps
Yes, but
all
after
the way
king
back.
e1, why do you not play g5 here?
He probably feels like he doesn't have to. I do not know the answer to that question. Takes an f4.
But how is that?
King g4.
Yeah, how is that anything at all? Like, what if I take?
I don't disagree.
And I generally prefer not to have any opinions about rook endings, because, well, I don't trust myself, but this feels very, very counterintuitive.
The thing is, though, that plan has not run away. It's not like Karjakin made any progress over the last couple moves by bringing his king back to f1. It is a bit odd, though, especially king h6. Does he want to go g5 now and then go back? What is he up to?
Was he worried about... one thing I thought might be the reason is king f1, move 43, sorry. Yeah, here, king f1, g5, g4, check, but...
First of all, after this,
But yeah,
a lot
but
of pawns
exactly.
will disappear.
Yeah, well, I thought... Yeah.
Secondly, here...
Even this I'm not sure is winning, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure about this.
No.
But
No, why not? King g1. No, king g5.
the rook b5 check, I thought, but it goes forward. Yeah, h6,
Rook h2.
and then push the other one, and maybe we get the rook behind. This could get awkward. a6 now. Oh no, rook h1. Yeah, rook h1. Hang on. Back one move. One move back instead of a6. Check. Check. Rook a3. This I can suddenly imagine how black loses. King e2. Oh, this is not fun. This might be lost. But what, I mean, king g6.
Yep.
I went through this whole conversation in my head, and then I thought, okay, but why are we worried about king g6 at all? Yeah. Obviously, there's still things I don't understand about rook endings. Unsurprisingly.
0 degrees is saying, sometimes you guys make me laugh, so my tears are running. Much appreciated. Even though I don't think we've said anything funny for a while. Well, maybe inadvertently. Is that a word?
It is a word, yeah.
Doesn't sound like a word.
Yeah, and also,
Inadvertently.
don't do it, Crane. There will be better days.
5 times draws, BRB jumping. If you're gonna jump, how will you be right back?
Yeah, my emotional appeal coupled with Jan's hard cold logic should be enough reason for you to stick around, Crane.
I'm not sure if we talked him out of jumping, because he hasn't said anything since he was going
Maybe
to.
maybe we were too late.
Also, I don't want to be accused of glorifying suicide like that show, 13 Reasons Why. So please don't jump, Crane. There is a lot to live for, even if today's chess games ended in draws and your username on this chess site is after a Batman villain. Is it?
I'm still unclear on the subject of whether this is the real Crane 333 or not. His profile is empty, and
Is that some card game nerd? some offense.
possibly, but we're never sure.
And is he dead now? Chess Guy 59 is asking, who is Carlsen's girlfriend? I'm sure you can Google that, Chess Guy 59.
Yeah, this is Googleable.
Shahar is wondering, can Carlsen become the world champion?
Is this gonna
Technically not.
Is this a running joke we are doing now?
I don't know, we've had this question earlier. It's hard to become something you are already. Even though, I don't know.
And Pramod is explaining to you what inadvertently means. He's
Pramod sometimes is inadvertently funny, without intention.
that joke is somewhat spoiled by the fact that this is exactly how you used the word the first time as well.
Exactly. And Crane333 says, yes, I am the card game nerd. Oh, probably Peter's gonna go all fanboy now.
Very possible.
I have no idea what you're doing, so I'm not there. What is this? Like this Magic the Gathering you're playing online or whatever it's called?
Yeah, that's close enough. And we are very happy you haven't jumped with Crane.
It's a great honor, Crane.
He doesn't mean it. I do though.
But is your username chosen after... It's Dr. Crane, right?
I'm not that good on the... Hang on. Bond villains?
No, Batman villains.
Batman villains. Yeah, I'm not great on Batman villains.
The dude played by Cillian Murphy. Is it Killian or Cillian? I think it's Killian.
Probably Killian.
Crane, Batman. I think it's Crane. Scarecrow, yeah. Dr. Jonathan Crane. I couldn't remember the first name. My apologies. All right, that's established. We still don't know if they're connected. Heinrich Kressepal is saying, what is your biggest disagreement in chess matters, Jan and Peter? I don't know. Peter's a much better player, but generally I think philosophically we don't have major disagreements. Or, go ahead.
The first thing that came to my mind is Nimzovich.
My System. You don't think that's a horrible book?
No, I don't think it's a horrible book, no.
Have you read it?
I have read it.
It's here in the office. I'll give it to you in the break. Like some of the lines are like e4, e6, d4, d5, e5, c5, bishop e3, queen b6, knight c3. None of it makes any sense.
Well, you're not supposed to study for opening theory. Come on.
It's not for opening theory. It's for common sense.
This, as you can see, is our biggest disagreement in chess matters. I think that's a very good illustration of me being correct on that subject.
Also, Nimzovich, I'm not blaming him for this, but as far as I know, he was hanging out in Denmark whenever it was, and he was a bit short on cash, so he had to come up with a series of lectures on random topics in random chess clubs in Denmark. And that's how he produced, random lectures, and then he threw them all together, called the book Mein System, and all of a sudden, oh my god, this guy has reinvented chess. Thank you so much, Nimzovich. Now I know I have to cover e5 with all my pieces 28,000 times. And then I shall win because of the latent energy instilled by my queen on h2 covering the pawn on g5. Come on, it's total nonsense. No offense, Nimzovich, if you're watching.
You do have some very strong feelings on this subject.
It's very upsetting that everybody holds that book in such high regard. Also, have you looked at Nimzovich games? The guy blunders a piece every other game.
People have become stronger over the years.
No, but people were strong then. That's what I'm saying. Like, Rubinstein is a fantastic chess player, but how Nimzovich is named in the same breath as a dude like Rubinstein, I find greatly upsetting. That's all I got on the topic. I have more probably, but it's the main thing. And then the things he's pointing out. Oh, doubling rooks on the 7th rank is a really good idea. Yeah, no kidding. Who would have thought? Thank you, my system. No one knew that.
Why did I bring it up?
I don't know. But yeah, we seem to disagree on that, so fair enough.
It feels like Radio Jan is in the building.
No, this is my own long-held opinion. Jonathan Hawkins is in the building, as well as Grandmaster Niklas Huschenbeet. A lot of Grandmasters here. Creo426 says, Jan, soon I have to visit Hamburg and kill my project manager. Any good places to hide a body? Yeah, normally you throw them into the Elbe or Alster. We have like 2 lakes, but normally at the port into the Elbe. Then the bodies disappear for a while, I've been told.
There are also some nice parks where maybe you can find like there's ponds. No, but pond is not a good choice. You want a body of running water in general, right? To increase your chances of the body never being found at all.
But normally it shows up somewhere, right?
It does eventually show up around about episode 4, and then blah blah.
B. Handelman is making an interesting suggestion. That could be a video series I could motivate on, like looking for mistakes in my system. Even though it feels slightly unfair. I don't like the book, but it's also slightly unfair to sit there with my Stockfish 8 on 900 course and then look at the analysis the dude did 100 years ago.
But once again, you're not supposed to. I mean, you can debunk it line by line, but you're not supposed to read it line by line.
No,
you're
okay.
Supposed to...
Even if I take that point, then I can still debunk the concepts. Like, it makes absolutely no sense to try to protect e5 with all your effing pieces in this position, right? Because of the latent energy. We really should double rooks on the e-file here over protection. It's such nonsense. Is it not? And then he brings up some other random positions here where he doubles rooks on the d files and then black blunders something and he says, yeah, this shows the forceful energy of the double rooks. such nonsense.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't want to ruin... It's a bit like trash talking Star Wars, which people watched when they were 9 years old, or people read my system when they were 9 years old. And they hold it in high regard because there was nothing else. There were no other movies at the time of Star Wars. And don't tell me otherwise. Those were the only movies out there. And my system was the only book out there. So people still appreciate them, even though they don't hold up. And I'm sure you greatly appreciate the Magic the Gathering talk in the chat.
I'm watching that discussion carefully, yeah. And I will be scrolling through that chat later on for useful links, but you don't have to. And we probably should stop with the Nimzovich discussion because I don't entirely disagree with what you're saying, but it did influence generations of chess players and not necessarily for the wars. And I don't know. I felt like some of the concepts in there stuck and didn't hurt my chess.
All right, could say the same thing about Star Wars, also influenced generations of nerds, but I'm still... No, I shouldn't take this into Star Wars territory. That only undermines my point.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, my system, good stuff. And the practice of my system, or whatever it's called. Yeah?
Yeah, so Fabi decides not to go for g5 plans at all. So he doesn't want to allow the king to reach f3, which is understandable. He's already played rook a3 here. And he will be passing in this stance for as long as the king is on g2, I assume.
Yeah, and then you can go back to this plan.
Yeah, and then the king will can come out again. But
can go here again.
Yeah, I'm still very mystified by him not wanting to create immediate counterplay because I think that would have made defending this position, a lot more clear cut if nothing else. You already have targets to play against, and so you play against them. But as I think this endgame appeared at some point early in the tournament as well, and I think it's important to note that in general White doesn't want the A pawn, White wants the B pawn because it's easier to. I think that's correct, right? I think the
White wants the B pawn.
I think the B
yeah,
pawn.
I think so. There's some theories that then you can wait with your king on E6, and there's nothing you can do either, whatever. But
in general, that somewhat increases.
Closer over here, the better the chances apparently. Even though.
Yeah. Because it also gives White better squares for the king. Once the king runs closer to the pawn, it's easier to come out of hiding because you have squares on either side of the pawn.
What else is happening? What do you think about non-editing the mistakes out of 60 memorable games? Sacrilege or an improvement? I haven't seen that. This is another thing. I think that's a very good book, My 60 Memorable Games, but I didn't read it as a young man, so I don't have strong opinions on the original version and updated versions. No clue.
No, I don't think it's a sacrilege. I'm pretty sure, knowing the doctor, the good doctor, that he's done it with the greatest care, and it is an important book, and if you can improve on the quality of analysis whilst retaining Fischer's spirit, why not?
I'm a fan of the doctor's writing. He wrote some very good chess books. I enjoyed those. Even might have learned something from it.
We haven't discussed this in a while, but I think the evaluation remains the same. Black should, I think, hold this reasonably comfortably. You can maybe even start pushing your pawns now, starting with maybe even either one, because here I think I can go. No, king f6, knight h5 check is a, but maybe it's not that awkward even because h5 is such a horrible square. But also I wanted to I wanted to make an argument that you can start with e5. It looks a bit ugly, but I think f5 will follow in short order, and then we will be making some progress. Where does it go? 93 rook f3 followed by f5.
Yeah.
95 king e6. Yeah.
Well, I'm not arguing. I think black is perfectly fine.
Yeah, but that is more awkward than I thought. I thought there was an easy draw, but c4 is a strong move here. Well, king d7. It's a bit awkward. b4. You're actually creating some threats now.
Yeah, that's true.
c5, c6 will be, will be very uncomfortable if that happens. Maybe, no, sorry, that was an attempt to blunder something big.
People seem not to like the Nun version of 16-man rule games. I can't speak on the topic, I haven't seen it. But I've been a fan of everything I've read from John Nunn himself.
But I think that maybe is an emotional response to something they hold very dear being sort of tinkered with, more than anything else.
My point exactly. My system, Star Wars. Dirkje99 says, I never seem to finish a chess book. I hear you, Dirkje. I have a lot of chess books I haven't finished. I'm not sure you're supposed to finish them, though. Sometimes you just come back to them for information or entertainment or joy.
There's still some technical issues here for black. I mean, the fact that white had to make a move as uncomfortable as rook h4 g4 looks is a bit of a hint that black is not doing that horribly. But you still need to make moves and to prove that this is a draw. And I'm struggling.
Kramnik, he will keep making good moves. Like,
sure.
If it's a draw, it's a draw. Kramnik's passed pawn is always queen. He has two. I'll let you answer Pramo's latest question. How funny is Kasparov? Is Karpov funnier? Who is the funniest of world champions? It's fascinating how Pramo's mind works.
Yeah, that's not an obvious question. They both can be funny.
Were you on a team with both these guys? Or not Karpov, I guess? Huh?
Not Karpov, no. I've been on a team with Kasparov twice, I think, because he hasn't... No, that's not true. What am I talking about?
Bled 2002?
No, he played 94, he played 96, but he did not play 98 and 2000. He played 2002, so I played 3 times on the same team with Gary. And no, he is a very smart, very personable guy, and when you talk to him, knows a lot. Had a very interesting conversation with him at the closing of the Singfield Cup last year. Well, it wasn't a personal conversation between him and myself, but we were at the same table, and he was holding court on a subject of late Soviet history, a subject he obviously knows 100 times more than I do, having been sort of an active participant in many of those things. Mm-hmm. Extremely interesting to listen to him talk about these things.
I'm sure.
The funniest of all the world champions. I have a personal preference, so I'll go with Stahl for no real reason. But yeah, that would be my first thought.
Yeah, haven't met the man, but one of my favorite chess books, Life and Games, I think it's called in English, of Mikhail Tal, I've read many times, which had a great influence on my playing style.
Well played, sir. Will Kasparov ever play another tournament? He might do something St. Louis related. He is very involved in the chess scene there, and it's not out of the question, but hard to say. He does seem to have a very busy schedule. His writing books, and he does research for books before writing them, somewhat surprisingly. That's more than some people do.
Doing research before doing something does not sound. Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but can't be ruled out. And I think it is fairly obvious that he is still a very, very strong player, and he also keeps his hand on the pulse. I mean, I think he will have opinions about most of current theoretical problems. I don't know if he will have solution for every single one of them, but he will definitely have opinions, and he will have analyzed some of it, because I'm pretty sure he is still very interested in the game.
Is he still employing seconds?
No, that probably is unlikely, but I wouldn't.
He hasn't had a training session with one of the youngsters for a while, right? Or at least we haven't heard of it. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know of any. Yeah, I think since his cooperation with Hikaru ended, he's been keeping a low profile. If he is helping somebody, we don't know of it.
But I do think he's, as you mentioned, quite involved in the US chess school, even if it's not high-profile names. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the likes, or some of these young US talents have had lectures by him or classes with him. Like, I don't know. Weistasino is asking, what's the next tournament Svidler is commentating on?
It's not immediately clear.
Should be discussed behind the scenes, but we will do our utmost to get Svidler back here to commentate on more tournaments. Pramod NVS, who's the fittest of world champions if we exclude Magnus?
Gary has historically been extremely fit. Yeah. We don't know about the historical figures, but of the ones I've seen up close, Gary has always kept himself very, very trim.
All right, let's have a look at the positions on the board.
Yeah, the king is on b3. I guess Hikaru is, by allowing the king to get from b1 to b3, he's saying, I'm more worried about you pushing the b pawn, and if you play c4, rook f3, and bishop b5, and all these things will provide me with immediate counterplay. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, he played rook d2, a kind of a pass. Well, this is not actually a pass. This is creating, this is very strong, but also he's creating the idea of e6, e5. And he didn't want to allow king c1. He could have played rook d2 with the king on b1, but then white would have king c1 as an option. So he's driven the king away from the c1 square, and now he's creating a very strong idea of finally starting to push his pawns, because he has taken away the d3 and d5 squares from the knight.
So
I like this.
Dominating the knight.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this is very, very sensible by Hikaru.
If I was white, I'd start panicking and thinking about how to make a draw around here.
Yeah, I don't know if panicking is the right word, but it really, currently, it doesn't feel like white is better, to be honest. White's pieces are just so awkwardly positioned, and that, I don't think it's very much in Vlad's, psychological makeup to start panicking when he's a pawn up. So I think he will still be looking for advantage here. It just might not be there.
That's why I said if I was white, I don't think he's gonna freak out.
Yeah,
But I'm still scared.
and I am very impressed by this maneuver, because Hikaru took some time after rook g4, and this is a non-obvious decision that he'd taken, because you generally don't want to be driving your opponent's king towards the center or off the first rank in general. Danger Mouse says, I'm interested if anti-draw rule has made any difference to the games. I'm pretty sure it has. If you mean in this tournament in particular, I don't think so. But the introduction of the Sofia rules in general to most top tournaments made, I think, that was one of the best things to have happened to chess in the last decade, or it's probably a bit older than that. I guess maybe 12 years.
Sorry, I got distracted by my phone. As
First
nowadays.
top tournament to feature Sofia rules would probably be
Sofia, no?
But 05, not 06. I think the first Sofia tournament was held in 05. So I would guess 12 years. I think that was very, very beneficial to chess, because taking away the option of offering a draw made a lot of people, myself included, I think, into better players.
Yeah, I agree. And being a huge chicken, I kind of feel like I got cheated. Because all my childhood I had to spend about, do I offer a draw here or on the next move? If they had just not allowed me to, I would have thought more about, like, what should I play? It's very unfair. And Silvio Danilov, yeah, has done a lot of things people disagree with, but that is the one part of his legacy that people will remember fondly, I believe.
Sure, yeah.
Or, I'm not sure if the only part, but one very good thing.
Yeah. And once again, to keep the record somewhat straighter, the rules were in existence sort of before Silvio and before Sofia tournaments. All the tournaments held on Corsica, run by Leo Battesti, I think, have been played under those rules for a while before Silvio adopted them. But Silvio was the first to very seriously push for them in classical tournaments. So the name stuck.
Yeah. There's also a justified question. Who will replace Peter for the last 3 rounds? Of course, Peter can't be replaced, and Peter is leaving after round 6 for the World Team Chess Championships, where he represents Russia. I will confirm tomorrow, but I have high hopes we will get another very strong player to replace him.
Good.
And what else is going on? Spassky was one of the most uncelebrated champions because he was overshadowed by Fischer's greatness. I think that's maybe true to some extent, even though I've always enjoyed Spassky's games because, especially young Spassky, very dynamic player, could do anything.
Yeah. Yes, he was perhaps somewhat overshadowed by one of the undisputed greats of the game, but to say that he is entirely uncelebrated is untrue. I think people recognize just how great of a player he always was.
At least, I don't know. I feel like the narrative is a bit his talent was fantastic. I'm not sure if it's true. It's probably true he didn't work on chess as hard as Fischer, right?
And probably, yeah. And Danger Mouse says, is Pramod the new co-commentator?
I don't think we have that kind of cash over here. Pramod is always a co-commentator of the show.
That is actually true, yeah. Without his contributions, we would be at a loss for words. Less, I think.
And a user named Korchnoi7 is asking, who you think was better unsuccessful World Championship candidate, Korchnoi or Short? Given by your username, I have a feeling you have a preferred answer to that question. Also with zero disrespect to Nigel, who I believe is doing commentary on the same tournament at the same time. Korchnoi was a challenger more often, right?
I think even without the hint given to us in the username, I think it's fair to say that Victor was the greater of the two. Although Nigel wasn't, I think, an undisputed world number 3.
An exceptionally beat Karpov in the
an exceptionally strong player, and one of the best Western countries produced until the modern era, I think.
For me personally, Nigel is a much bigger problem because he's won the Thailand Open 3 times between 2012 and 2016, while I only won once in 2011. So that's
just not on.
Bit of a nuisance there.
Yeah. Shall we maybe take about a 5-minute break?
Maybe 10.
Or possibly even 10, and come back to these 2 exciting endgames.
Sound on. Sound off again. Welcome back, everybody, to round number 5. That's all I got. Apologies for the burping. Of Norway Chess, where we have 2 endgames still in full swing. Spoiler alert, both will end peacefully. So, Peter Svidler, how can we generate even the slightest bit of intrigue?
Not easy. Not easy with these two positions. I mean, Vlad now has the option of going rook g4, which is a draw offer, or playing something like knight h5 and continuing with the pretense that white is somehow better here. You can also allow black to...
Sorry, I'm laughing at unprecedented.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Chat is trying to make me lose my mind today, and he will probably succeed.
No, that was probably on purpose.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, well, you can also play something and hope black takes on f4 with a bishop, and then you start claiming that your pawns are faster. But I just don't see why that would be, to be honest. I would play rook g4 here. I just don't believe white is better. But Vlad might disagree. Vlad might actually play something like knight h5 and e5 and I don't know what. It's confusing to me how you even proceed from here, because the e-pawn...
Like, maybe black looks better here if you make
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I have the bishop, the e-pawn.
Yeah, I don't really see why he would heal. He has any advantage here, but he generally believes he has the advantage in most positions, and these days he is very, very optimistic about his positions. And
is he really, or does he just say he is in the press conferences?
no, I think that's no. I'd go with him actually evaluating his positions optimistically these days. He does play with a lot of energy, and it must be also rubbing off on his assessments of what's going on the board.
That's clearly working for him. So
yeah, that wasn't meant critically. It's just.
But I've wondered this for a while. In chess, it is an advantage if you overestimate your positions normally, right?
I think it is. Because you have less chance to get very down about the horribleness of your situation, and yeah.
So someone like you who always feels they're worse, how do you compensate? Sorry if that's a leading question.
Unclear. And I mean, I don't always feel like I'm worse.
Yeah.
Occasionally, I've even overestimated my positions on occasion. But yeah, I have to say that I mean, there are examples in the history of chess of people who I think became much bigger chess players maybe than they would have been normally, by virtue of how strongly they believed that they were always doing very well. And
right, that's what I'm saying. But the other way around, it's harder to imagine. Right?
Yeah,
because I'm a pessimist, so I always think I'm in trouble too, which also explains the chicken factor of making a lot of draws. But do you believe there's like techniques where you can know about yourself that you tend to underestimate your positions and then
well, if there are techniques, I'm not using
compensate?
them. So yeah, maybe there are, but I'm not really. I do know this about myself, but I'm not actively trying to do anything about it by this point, which is once again probably a mistake, but that's how things are. Yeah, maybe g4, g5 can be made to work, but let's say we go e4. g5, bishop e5. Yeah, you want this. This after e3, you will have to save an unpleasant endgame, right? You had rook e8 check there, which we both missed. Yeah, here instead of knight 5.
Mm-hmm. Here, just to show.
Yeah. White might be able to draw this, but actually probably not. But rook e8 check is strong. King f6, knight h5 check, and the pawn actually gets picked up, and even in that position, black might save king g5, king takes g4, knight g7, f5. Probably a draw as well, but also
progress for white.
But also, yeah, black probably could have played stronger earlier. And Vladi is giving this some serious consideration, because he understands that by playing rook g4, he can just end the game there and then, and he will take his time figuring out if it's justified to continue, but my feeling is the answer objectively is no. Also after knight h5, maybe rook h2 is an immediate draw, no? Oh no, I'm forgetting about
F5?
g4. No, I've forgotten the knight can be protected. I'm going slightly mad here. Okay, so let's leave Vladimir stewing here for a while and see what's happening in the other one. And also,
the position changed a bit.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think I figured out why Fabi was not playing g5. It still feels like a weird reason to me, but I think he did not want to allow the pawn to cross to the fifth, like king g2 here, and then perhaps he was worried about rook b5 check followed by a5, because it was noticeable that he kept the rook on, he kept the king on the 6th whenever white created the chance of giving a check on the 5th and playing a5.
Fair enough.
I still don't see why this should be winning for white by any stretch. The king might even still be able to go forward there. And king g6 is also perfectly serviceable to my eyes, but that's the one possible explanation I have for him not playing g5 at any point. And we've seen it somewhere around here, and Sergei decided to go for a somewhat drastic plan of breaking up his pawn structure.
Well, continuing the game, but unlikely to succeed against the Fabster.
Yeah, and well, he did make some progress, but it still shouldn't be enough.
What progress?
Well, the king is. I mean, the plan for white, in order to attempt to win this position, is to activate the king, giving up something on the king side, and start pushing the a pawn. And he's played king e6 now, but I think black can just even take here. But now f5 maybe. Maybe it is a bit of progress for white. Yeah, rook 8. No, but rook a to f5 is sort of a... No, but then you don't get to... yeah, you need the rook on c5 and the pawn on a5. Then this position might become somewhat tricky, although probably still a draw.
Still a draw, but this is an easy draw now?
Yeah, this has to be an easy draw.
The king goes over to the queen side. We want to pick this up and run. After this, we do this.
Yeah.
Not much to talk about. Fabi will hold.
Mm. And Vladimir played rook g4, so we probably should stick with the
With the Kramnik.
Yeah.
Joe Shovey is saying, Jan Peter, my son is 2 weeks old now. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
When should his chess education start? It is a little late already, if you ask me. But okay, not all hope is lost. Just teach him to read, which normally by month 2 or 3 they should be able to read, and then give him my system in whatever your first language is. They will teach him most of the basics, like overprotection and some French advanced theory, and take it from there.
Very sound advice. Rook d2 played, and yeah, 19 against 23 for 12 moves, not an issue. And
this should end in a move repetition. White is just not better. He really isn't.
yeah,
Bishop stronger than knight. Piece is awkward. E-pawn awesome. Make a draw.
yeah, rook g8 played. I think this game is wrapping up. Hikaru is doing his best Rodin impression there, but not anymore. But he was holding a very Rodin-esque pose for a second there.
Rodin-esque? What's that?
The Thinker by Rodin.
Oh, never heard of it. All stuff connected with thinking. Ugh. And he goes back. He's gonna stare down Vladdy.
That actually is not the sufficient repetition. So there is still an option. But by the head shake, I think you kind of have to assume the rook will come back to g4. I mean, Vladdy would dearly love to win this game because he would be the sole leader of the tournament. This is the leader of the tournament playing against his closest pursuers. So a lot is at stake here. But I honestly don't think there's anything here for white, and I'm pretty sure Vladdy understands this by now. He's not particularly happy about the outcome. He feels that it's quite possible that he knew from homework that this endgame was very promising for him. So he felt that he caught Hikaru out in the opening and got very good winning chances. But Hikaru defended excellently well, I think.
I'm typing. I enjoy to type. What else are we missing? Joshovi says his son already listens to the broadcast, but thanks for the advice. I don't think your son should listen to this broadcast. We try to keep it very, very clean. Like, I never use words like hell on this program, but it's still like it's maybe PG-13. It's not PG 2 weeks. So
yeah,
I don't think that's appropriate.
You should probably go for some classical music.
Oof, that sounds...
Instead.
Wasn't that a theory that even in uterus, kids should listen to classical music because then they become smarter?
That's what I was referring to, yeah. I'm not sure if that theory still holds true, but
I've never heard one word of classical music.
well played, sir.
I don't know. King e6.
Maybe rook a2, king f7 is his plan, but then I don't really. I mean, just keep the rook on the a file.
Ariton 8 says, Jan, why don't you give us control over the camera so we can pick what to look at? First of all, I have no idea how to do this. Secondly, it's probably very tough to do. We would need lots of streams. Thirdly, I don't want you guys to have any control over anything. It's a dangerous situation. Like, I'm watching the new season of Orange is the New Black, where the inmates take over the prison. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Gotta tell you.
that doesn't feel like a comfortable situation.
Nisa is asking, is there an audiobook on my system? If there is not, that should be produced. Peter, as the biggest advocate, should read it.
Yeah, I should be the narrator.
Yes, written by Nimzovich himself.
Yeah.
BT Rufus says, my old coach only learned chess from my system and Alekine's best games. Those are very different. Alikine was a great player. But let's still check BT Rufus' rating. I haven't played a game on the site yet, so we can't judge about the success of the coaching.
Yeah. Also, Alikine is not a thing. It's Alekhine.
Ariton 8 is asking, did you just compare us to inmates? And the answer to that is yes. You can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave.
Orange is the New Black. Are you talking about jail or US presidents? Asks Nizahe. Good question. That's also sort of a patients taking over the asylum kind of situation.
US presidents?
Yeah.
Asylum. I'm not sure that reference works, even though I share the opinion that is implied. And Fabi took.
Yeah. Well, probably also is fine. F5. Maybe even simply. No, but G6 kind of. It feels like you're. It's a slippery slope, Fabi. What are you doing? Let's try again. F5. Rook. H1 would be the most. No, was I playing F5?
Last time you were.
Yeah. Okay. A5. Rook A1. Rook C5. But yeah, now I go King G5 and you play King F7. I go King H6. And I ask you, where exactly is that promise you are planning to make?
What the
Progress
H are you trying to do?
Yeah, people are on very dangerous ground there in chat.
Yeah, Hammer, Storm, Ulf, please don't do that.
He feels perhaps because he feels that in the absence of CP Keitert, there is more freedom in general in chat than there normally would be, and he's trying to use every second of it to try and get the banhammer going. Not sure I agree with that strategy though.
No, me neither.
Have we ever played a classical game against each other? I think we made a draw somewhere.
We have one very spectacular Sunday morning draw in the Bundesliga where I had the white pieces. I think that's all there is. Vladimir Kramnik
Very persistent.
against Hikaru Nakamura. See, has he done something different? No, the game is over. They agreed to draw. There we see the cam. Oh well, we see the man in black.
Azur Mist is asking what is a theoretical draw. Theoretical draw, it's used very widely, and in some cases it's not used like 100%, strictly speaking, correctly. But a list of theoretical draws are. The most obvious answer would be a list of positions in which you can claim a draw when this position is reached, and the arbiter must stop the clock and.
Really? I would have a completely different definition. I would have that it is known and published in some book or in some table base or in general common knowledge that this position is a draw. I would call that a theoretical draw.
I'm wrong. Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, that probably is incorrect. Although the positions I was referring to are also theoretical draws. They're just the simplest possible cases of theoretical draws.
Tex-Mex 22. Since you're asking for the 15th time, please, Peter, answer the man. Who are the best players in Boleslavsky structure with white? How can Tex-Mex 22 learn the Boleslavsky structure? He really needs to know more about the Boleslavsky structure, which I'm still assuming is neither of like a6 bishop e2
We actually
e5.
gave a very
I don't know.
we gave a very detailed answer to the question from the other side. So he is now
But he needs to know with white.
yeah, but well, look at people who got the best score against Boris Gelfand in the Najdorf and study their games. I'm gonna stick to that, and I'm just gonna go around that answer and use it as a template for everything I say on the subject. If you're feeling very adventurous, look at people who have done reasonably well against Kasparov on the white side of a Najdorf, and look at their games.
I'm still not convinced. I need to know more about that Boleslavsky structure. What does it mean? It's e5 anywhere, or is it knight c6, bishop e2, e5? I thought that was the Boleslavsky line. The rouser. Isn't this the Boleslavsky?
What? I think the original Boleslavsky is this bishop
Is
e2,
this
e5,
right?
knight f3.
Is this the structure we want to study?
This is the Boleslavsky system, but
You go h6, right? Because on the structure is very important. Not bishop g5.
stop with your incessant trolling.
What? I'm giving you nothing but the truth. How does it proceed? You castle? Bishop e7? Rook e1 castle?
Yeah, at some point they play h3, then they play bishop f1, then they play b3, and they pretend.
And in the structure, do you, as a rule, go knight d5 whenever you get the chance, or not?
Yes.
Okay. But what if black goes d5? Should I avoid that? Or is my pawn hanging?
Yeah, the pawn is hanging here, which is, I think, why in general I think they play queen a5.
Queen a5.
Well, yeah, and some of the
Can we make a draw? Bishop d2
Yes,
and back?
And many people availed themselves of that opportunity.
See, such things I spot quite quickly. Okay, that's all I needed to know about the Boleslavsky structure. Thanks a lot, Peter.
Glad I could help.
What else is there?
Well, there is this there.
Let's switch to the Fab-Cam. I think that's Cam 5. Fab 5, I call it.
Move 58, so they will soon get more time. And they already have plenty of time for this position, it feels like. Yeah, not quite sure what Sergei can achieve here, because he is just not going to be fast enough if he gives up on the f5 pawn. And the g7 pawn is nowhere near weak enough for him to make much progress.
What is Fabiano drinking? Do you really think it's water?
Yeah, I think it's water. Although he has been known to partake.
In mass boozing sessions?
Yeah.
Has he?
There are stories.
Pictures?
Pictures I'm not sure of, no.
You can't tease us like this. What has he done? Is this Lawrence Trent all over the place?
I'm not sure if Lawrence's influence can
Shout
be...
out to Lawrence. I think Lawrence has actually been very protective of Fabiano. And not keeping him away from the dangerous lifestyle that Lawrence used to live. I'm joking. Am I?
We'll never know.
I'm not sure myself, really. I don't think Lawrence ever lived a dangerous lifestyle.
Come on, he's from Essex.
The beast from Essex. Is Essex a dangerous place?
Yeah.
Oh. Is Lawrence with us? Lawrence, can you share some stories about your formative years in Essex? We need to know. How were your formative years on the mean streets of St. Petersburg?
They weren't very mean, and I was a still am the word kid no longer really applies to me, but I was a boring, bookish child and remain a boring, bookish person, and nothing particularly bad ever happened to me in terms of... Lawrence is streaming on Twitch, apparently. We are informed by Ara Baboon.
Oh, he's all over the place. It's good to know. Fabiano has not fired Lawrence yet. That's amazing. No, they no longer work together. I don't think there's been any firing, but I don't think Lawrence is Fabiano's manager anymore. From everything I hear, there's nothing but love there.
Yeah, they seem to be on perfectly good terms still, as it should be.
Let's bring up the Fabcam. This man, I believe, after studying him closely, is the strongest pound-for-pound player on the planet currently. I believe he outweighs Anish Giri, and if he doesn't... I believe Anish Giri outweighs him. And
really?
If he doesn't, then the rating difference still makes Fabiano the strongest pound-for-pound player. Because Anish is taller than Fabiano, and he looks very trim.
Yeah, they both look in very, very decent shape.
Because, no, we're not counting the glasses in the pound-for-pound discussion, right?
No.
Even if we were...
It was an amicable parting, I throw rocks. Let it go.
That's what he said. That's not me. Falling asleep. But it's also not me staying awake. Let's have a look at this position again. It's a rook endgame, 2 pawns versus 2. If you go rook c8, you're threatening rook h8 check, but that would probably get parried by king g5.
King g5, as a matter of fact, is already on the board.
It has been played anyway.
Yeah, I think Fabi is trying to lure white into playing king f7. King f7 has been played, I think, and now he will go rook a1, a5, king h6. I think he didn't want to even calculate anything connected with the march of the king towards the b6 square. So he has driven it to f7, and now he'll go back to h6, and yeah, we discussed this. White can play king e6, he'll go king g5 again, king d6. He can probably play g6 in that position, if he wants to. That should be fast enough, I assume.
What has he done? Rook h7, that's the setup. That's the spirit, Fabi. Threaten g6 check. And if king g8...
Rook h4, I guess, is his idea,
get
followed by
the
g6.
way. a5, and you forced this pawn to disappear.
And also the king on g8 is not the most impressive piece in the history of chess, kind of. What about a5? What is he doing? Why is he king e6? Why is he so happy about this? I guess just rook a7 and it's fine.
Honey Badger don't care. There's a lot of good questions that the chat is bringing up. In particular, Donor, who I think is also from Essex. Who do you guys take in Giri versus Fabi in chess boxing? I've thought about this question a lot.
I think it's Fabi.
I am going with Fabi. Fabi works out like a madman. He has still not put on 1 pound, but he's much meaner. He's traveled the mean streets of where has he lived? Many a place. Brooklyn, Madrid. I think we're going with Fabi, who's also higher rated, so he can probably... Well, Anish is quite solid. But he also has a tremendous edge in the chess part, obviously. What else are we discussing? I'm joking about the tremendous edge in the chess part. What about Giri versus Fabi in rap battle? This might be controversial call, but I'd go with Anish. Yeah. Anish is very, very fast with his mind and his words. And even though I'm not sure about his rapping technique, like if he can do double time and stuff, and Fabi would have the edge as a native English speaker, assuming the rap battle would be in English, I'm still going with Anish, who's also a lot meaner. Like Fabi is very, very polite most of the time, and in battle rap, I'm going with Anish all the way there.
Yeah, I also agree with that.
Giri versus Levon in rap battle, that's more interesting. Because Levon is a student of rap, but he likes Kendrick Lamar. He likes like the brainy stuff. I don't think he's listening to the real battle rap stuff. That's a tough one. Both of these guys are very fast with words. I'm not sure how to call that one. I like to see it though. Like James Corden, they should have a segment.
And Donna says more relevant maybe Giri versus Levin in rap battle.
Yeah, that's what we're discussing.
After Jan discussed it for about 2 minutes straight. And we are going to get this position on the board, and I think draw will be agreed reasonably soon. You could also maybe even make an argument for playing Rook H1 here instead of Rook H7.
F. Poir is asking, do you know a current GM who is as strong as Rubinstein in Rook and Pawn endgames? With all very much deserved respect to Rubinstein, I don't think like he was so much stronger than Kramnik, let's say, or Magnus, or most current world-class players in Rook endgames. Because they've been able to study his games.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have computers, while Rubinstein has not been able to build upon the knowledge we have nowadays.
Yeah.
When it comes to pure talent and the amount of information he had to digest and how well he played Rook endgames, no question Rubinstein was fantastic, but normally these cross-era comparisons, I'm not sure how well they work. Like, even though Rubinstein was a fantastic Rook endgame player.
They should do rap battle instead, says BT Rufus, instead of blitz to decide who gets the 5 whites. Tournament might disintegrate though.
AIS thesis is making a fair point that in the boxing, chess boxing, I said Fabi is meaner, and then I said Anish is a lot meaner. You have a bit of a point there, but you gotta keep in mind I have a goldfish's memory, and I had already moved on to the next topic. I meant... I'm not sure I can talk myself out of this. I meant that Fabi would be meaner in a physical fight, and Anish is much meaner with words.
Yeah, I thought...
words can hurt too.
I thought, yeah, I mean, he's been mean on person towards you, I think there, and he's being somewhat mean towards you there.
No, I enjoy being called out on my nonsense.
And Rook H1 is what Fabi goes with, but yeah, I honestly don't think there's much difference.
Nothing to talk about.
Yeah, White will take.
But maybe we
White
can
take and play A6, Rook A1, Rook C6, and the pawn can already start running. You probably start with King E5.
Running.
Why would you drive the king closer to the pawn?
I don't know. I'm a troll.
Even that is a draw, but I mean, why would you? You don't need to. Yeah, that's not a particularly close race. You just need not to blunder Rook C5, Rook A5, which we successfully did there, but...
Did I blunder some trick?
No, you played King B7 luckily for you instead of
King
B6.
B6.
Yeah, King B6 would have created a potential trap here, even though this...
Tarp.
Is a tarp, but yeah, you can take on A6 already, I guess, and it might still be a draw, but...
No need. Yeah, the trap is...
Even this, I'm not sure it's actually winning. Yeah, like Rook H1 or Rook B1. Yeah. Actually, Rook takes A5 and F3 is a draw. What am I talking about? The pawn is already progressed far enough.
Donor is asking, who's the best basketball player besides Carlsen amongst GMs? Amongst GMs, it's a wide field. A lot of guys play quite regularly. Like Levon has his crowd who he plays with. In Yerevan, Grishuk, I've been told, plays a lot now, and he's also a pretty tall man. But then there's some all-around good sportsmen, like my friend Paco Vallejo. He's good at most sports, but I'm not sure who specializes in basketball amongst GMs.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Not my game. I played basketball, I think, once in my life, and Grishuk stepped on my foot, and I played half the tournament with one shoe removed because I couldn't put it on.
Karjakin looks all business, but yeah, this is not going to last that much longer, even though they've managed to put all the pieces on the 6th rank except for the A1 rook. F5, Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi is...
Let's go home, Sergey.
Yeah, enough is enough.
PH would crush in boxing. Let's stick to chess, Love Wetman. Niklas says, Cavs in 7. I honestly do not believe that, Niklas, and neither do you.
Yeah, he is just trying to get a rise out of you.
Yeah, not happening. Payback is saying, Jan, what do you think about one knight a3? That's, probably not a very good move, because you're developing the knight away from the center. It's better in the center.
Who wins the chess boxing match between Jan and Peter? I'm pretty sure that's Jan.
I don't know. I don't like my chances in the chess part, and I'm not very comfortable hitting somebody.
Neither am I.
That would probably be a very nerdy chess boxing match. Clapton is saying, a chess question. Why are most strong players not playing the two knights? e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6. First of all, they do. Secondly, most people feel that if white goes d3, bishop c5 is the best move anyway, so you're not gaining much. And if you're not gaining much, then it's way too risky. Allowing for knight g5, which is a very serious move with a huge body of theory. And might even objectively be dangerous, but mainly it's a mess that's not worth studying if bishop c5 transposes. But some dudes do it, like Magnus plays knight f6 a lot. This game is about to end. Handshake.
Yeah. So after all the bloodshed yesterday, we do get a round with 5 draws today, and compared to round 3, which also ended in 5 draws, this is a reasonably quiet day, if we're honest. No immediate candidate for game of the day.
No game of the day today. There was not a lot of drama. Magnus here had a strange, not very good opening, and even ended up in some trouble. But then, we didn't check with the computer. Anish.
Yeah, it feels like, these
messed up this part.
Yeah, these 3 moves in a row just look very, very off. And he had to even be precise not to run into difficulties here, but he was precise when it was required, so the game was drawn.
That was more or less the biggest drama of the day. Kramnik maybe was the one with most winning chances. I'm not sure how serious they were, but somewhere around here, he was certainly asking some tricky questions.
Yeah, he was definitely pushing, and he found the way to remain a pawn up, but yeah, from here on out, Hikaru just defended this endgame very, very convincingly, and my impression would be a reasonably well-played draw by both of them from a very non-standard endgame to begin with.
Yeah, the other games, MVL, Levon Aronian was a theoretical battle in the Marshall, where Levon once again showed he can defend. This endgame arising out of the main line nowadays. Sorry, not this one, but Vichy, Wesley. So, also felt like a theoretical battle, looked like an interesting opening idea by Vichy, giving up that d3 pawn. But Wesley, I believe, wrecked it. Well, bishop a7, knight d6, you praised. And here it seemed like he was in time.
More or less by force, yeah, this very, very drawn endgame appeared, and everything got traded off.
What's the last game? The one that just finished, Karjakin Caruana.
I was very excited to see this line, which I had analyzed about 10 plus years ago, finally be put into practice at the Grandmaster level, and I believe my own analysis ends somewhere here with the evaluation plus over equals, which kind of held true. We originally we felt that since Fabi is entering this, he found the forced draw, but after some very, very serious thought, the best he could find was this 3 against 4, which is, on the other hand, more or less safely drawn, and he did hold it without too much.
But still, it's not what you want. Like, of course, he survived, but if you have to suffer with black and pass these anxious moments, it's not an ideal outcome.
So, but at least the question, what happens if white takes on b7 and black plays knight e4, has been addressed in a high-level game, and I would have preferred to get this position with white myself when I found the whole idea, but it's still fun to see something you've played a part in creating, so to speak, being played out on a large stage.
Couldn't disagree more. I was very petty. Like, I had that 10 years ago. Never got the chance in my Thailand Opens. It's very upsetting. Anyway, let's look at the round 6 pairings and the current standings. Almost there. Yeah, good enough.
So Magnus has a second white in a row tomorrow.
Yep, against Maxime.
Yeah, that will be an interesting matchup because they work together in preparation for the New York match. So there's this additional dynamic to what already was a reasonably well-established rivalry. I guess Magnus is ahead in their personal score. And today he not only did he not put any pressure on Anish with the white pieces, he actually came close to being in serious trouble. So tomorrow is once again an important game for him. He needs to do something about it.
And also Maxime is not going to play the Joko piano. Maxime is going to play the knight off, so that offers more scope for an exciting battle. Evan Aronian has had a good tournament. Is playing his second place. What's the word I'm looking for?
Unclear.
Co-pursuivant, co-3 out of 5 player.
Yeah, that's what you were looking for, exactly.
Vladimir Kramnik, important game for the tournament. Let's see.
Nakamura is white against Karjakin. Hikaru has been in great form with the white pieces in this tournament. He's already won. He is maybe on 100% with the white pieces so far. There's only been 4 rounds. He is on +2, and I think both of those were with white, right? Yeah, he beat...
There's been 5 rounds. But he's at 2 whites only, right?
Sorry, and
white against Karjakin, solid as always, 5 draws so far. Giri 5 draws so far. Wes Wesley 5 draws so far.
No, Giri is not 5 draws so far. Giri actually played 2 decisive games. He and Nakamura are the biggest producers of decisive games in this tournament. Anish is white against Wesley. Wesley is extremely solid with black. Once again, you expect these guys to show us something about opening theory, but not very many people beat Wesley these days. And Fabi is white against Vichy. This is an interesting game to look forward to.
Fabi normally will try to push, but of course Vichy knows a little something as well.
Of course, yeah. And
can play a bit too.
Vichy is not having the greatest of tournament, as you can see on your screen. 2 people in -1 actually playing each other tomorrow. Magnus is on -1 and MVL is on -1, having lost to Hikaru yesterday. And Vichy is all the way down there on -2, which is not his accustomed spot in any tournament.
Very true. He's had some, non-stellar results, but he's also still had fantastic results. I think, was it last year or maybe 2 years ago? No, 2 years ago Hikaru won and Vichy finished second, I believe. And
that sounds about right.
Norway Chess. And so far everything closed by Vichy on -2. Won't be happy. Magnus on -1. Won't be very happy. And we'll see if they can do something about it. Tomorrow is the last day of Peter Svidler. Commentary Peter is going to be here tomorrow for round 6. Then he has to leave to go play World Team Championships and prepare the Russian team for it. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, should be an interesting tournament. Also, a young team, and finally, I'm not the only player from St. Petersburg on it, which is good. Happy with the selection of Nikita Vichugov, who has been on the fringes, so to speak, for a while, but hasn't been consistently selected for the team. So should be an interesting tournament.
Will you be board 1, or is that to be decided later, or how do these things work?
Generally, the old tradition was there would be a training camp right before the tournament, and at some point during that training camp there would be a
drawing of lots,
a Russian bath session, like with steam bath with all kinds of, and it would be
enough information.
Yes, decided during that, but there hasn't really been a training camp directly in front before the tournament, so I think it will be decided probably once we get there, or maybe it already has been decided by the selection committee. I don't really know.
Okay.
The official announcement had me on the second behind Jan, which is perfectly fair.
By the way, I had a question for you. Why do you think Nepomniachtchi is not playing in the Norway Chess tournament?
I'm fairly sure I actually know the answer to that one. They looked at the list and they offered the invitation to the top 10 at the time, and he wasn't, although he was very close.
It's fair enough. I thought it was because they didn't want to be accused of nepotism. Long setup for my joke. But what are you gonna do? That's it for today. Thank you guys for watching. See you tomorrow.
See you
Same
tomorrow,
time,
guys.
same place. Bye.
Bye.